spiel. There's going to be a degree of random generation. The world generation, the setting generation is going to be a little quicker than as written in the book, but you are going to have some input into how that all goes. Let's see here. Yeah, so I think that's basically it. Here we go. We're going to do this. Everybody's got characters, right?
Mm-hmm.
We got 2 elf thieves, which is kind of crazy. Thieves. I know Dave is rocking a magic user with an 18 intelligence, I think.
Yeah.
Is that right?
I actually rolled 6 for, or rather, I rolled 18 for my constitution, and I was like, wait, no, that's for the constitution. So I have 6 for con.
I don't know, those +3 HP for a magic user, not... awesome. So we got, let's see.
Did you say you have 6 for con?
Yeah.
What? Okay, so we got a magic user, human, right?
Yes.
Male or female? Other?
Male.
Okay. We got, let's see. We got a female elf thief and a male elf thief. Is that right?
That's right.
Yep. Mine's male.
Okay.
Picture Hugh Laurie with longer hair.
Yeah, I love that Hugh Laurie comment. And John, what did you? Oh, you got a dwarf, right? Like a
lawful dwarf cleric.
Nice.
I think you're the
the outlier.
You're the front line for this gang.
Oh, that's not good for us.
Awesome.
Every party needs a straight man.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think first thing we'll do is we need names for you guys. So I like to do sort of culturally specific naming in games just to have things kind of be coherent. We got 2 elves here. I'm gonna. So I guess my first question will be to Jeremy. Are the 2 elves from the same elf tribe or group, or are you guys from separate elf groups?
Works for me if it works for Horst, if we're related or even possibly even closer, like maybe even siblings.
I mean, I rolled as traits dark-skinned, small hands and long fingers. I don't know if that makes me like a dark elf or something.
Could just mean you're swarthy.
Yeah, totally up to you. It's totally up to you what that means. I think when small hands and long fingers, you're like a creepy spider elf or something.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I don't think that we are related. I think that I'm like a crazy outsider.
And so even though you're both elves and you're both thieves, might you have fallen in together in some way, or are you totally, is this like going to be your first kind of meeting with each other? I'm going to let Horst answer that question since Horst seems reserved about the connection there.
I'm not reserved about the connection. I like the idea that 2 elf thieves would work together. It's just that we have different heritages. Okay, great. Sounds good. Jeremy, you cool with that?
Yeah, that's fine. That's great.
And since we're on traits, what are your elf thief's traits?
My elf thief's traits: broken nose, disheveled, and scarred.
Oh, man.
Wow. They really lined up. Like the dice were in my favor on this.
I'm feeling like the elves are the elves who come into the general human populace are not the top of the line elves.
I have a feeling I don't get along with people very well.
And let's see, Dave, what's your magic user's traits?
So I have my traits.
Well, it could be your visual. You can actually keep your traits private if you want. What are your details? Your visual details.
Yeah. So this chaotic magic user has a freaking goatee, a widow's peak, and gray hair.
And you rolled that?
Indeed, I did.
That's amazing.
I also have a circlet, which I think works really well with my widow's peak.
Sorry, a what? A circlet.
Yeah.
A circlet. I'm picturing did you ever see Excalibur? The guy who plays Merlin. What is that guy's name? Amazing actor. Total amazing performance too. If Merlin, if you haven't seen that before. Mr. Marin, Marin, how do you say it?
Rhymes with Sharon. Yep.
What about your visuals? What, a couple of visuals on your dwarf.
I'm picturing this guy as a short Brian Blessed, a short balding Brian Blessed, but he has rosy cheeks, a shaved head, and he's well scrubbed.
Okay.
His cleanliness is next to godliness.
You actually rolled those rosy
Yes,
cheeks?
I rolled those.
Well
not only that, but this character was completely randomly rolled, and we played a 1.5 long 5e campaign where I played a lawful dwarf cleric.
Oh, so
it's not. I'm not stretching my role playing muscles here.
you're typecast.
Yes.
Wait, rosy cheeks, you're scrubbed bald, and what was the other trait?
Well scrubbed and bald, shaved head.
Okay, well scrubbed. Wow.
And it's shaved. Yeah.
Is it shaved or is it just?
It's shaved, is what it says. I think it's tonsured or something for his religion.
Okay.
Now, do you wear a helmet normally, or do you?
I don't.
See you in your full
You
dome.
can see the dome. Yeah.
Okay. And what's your god?
I don't have a name because I was going to wait for the cultural naming conventions, but he's the god of order and purification, the smith of the gods who uses his hammer to beat out the impurities of the world.
So either you're going to be the only one alive and you will have purified, you would have killed everybody else,
Exactly.
or you're going to be the only one who dies.
Yes, I think that's where we're headed.
We'll see how it goes. Okay, so elves are from 2 different elf groups. So before we get right down to the actual naming, I'm going to ask, so I'm going to go around usual sort of PBTA style and ask people some questions to help set the scene here. I'm going to ask David Perry. Actually, no, sorry, the opposite of David Perry. Who has the lowest intelligence? I know our magic user has an 18. Who's got the lowest intelligence? Give me a low intelligence score.
I've got 8.
6.
Oh, that's
What? Horst, you have a 6 intelligence?
Yes,
I mean, your character does.
Yeah.
my character does.
We
I
are
have at
definitely
least
not
18.
related.
Okay, Horst. What sort of settlement acts as your base of operations on the frontier? Is it, I'll give you 4 choices, a military or trading outpost, a hardscrabble village, a fortified border town, or a bustling trade center?
I like fortified border town.
Fortified border town. Any idea off the top of your head, if you don't answer this right away, we're going to move on. Any idea for a name for that fortified border town? Like a plain English name would be great, like, Iron Town or whatever.
I don't.
Okay, we'll get to that later. Now, who has the lowest wisdom? Give me some low wisdom scores.
I have a 7.
Okay, that's it's like nobody's got lower than 7.
Anyone?
What sort of wilderness, on the edge of what sort of wilderness does this fortified border town perch? I'll give you 4 choices. A vast trackless desert scoured by harsh winds, a forest primeval twisted by unnatural forces, a rocky highland broken by sharp ridges and deep ravines, or a murky wetland shrouded in mist.
I will go with C.
That is the Rocky Highland?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. So then our base common human language is going to be based on Irish, which I got right here. But we don't have any humans in this group.
No, sir.
So,
Wait, David, you're not human?
Yeah, unless I roll a wizard name.
oh yeah, you do have it right. You could either roll a wizard name, or you could roll, or I could give you a random Irish name.
How about both, actually? Like,
Okay, so you can
have
choose
a real name and then a styling.
and a styling. Okay. So there we go. And we got this wizard. All right, here you go. It's Gregoire. It's Greagoir. Gregoire. I don't even know. I don't know my My Irish there. So you have that, or you can, on your own time there, roll a wizard name and take your pick between those, if you got the table out.
Yeah, I do. Could you type that in real quick? Not that it matters.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Please.
It's not a bad wizard name. So let's see. We're Rocky Highland territory. John, what are you thinking? What's the vibe of your dwarf? Are we going classic? I could give you a generated actual dwarf name, or you could go with like, you know, Nordic or.
We shake it up a little bit and just go with another culture that's handy.
Anyone that's handy? I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I mean,
one.
yeah.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Phoenician.
Excellent.
Is your base language, and the name I got for you is Baltazar.
Oh, excellent.
Nice.
Okay, Horst and Jeremy, 2 different elf tribes. Any ideas?
The humans, you said, use an Irish tongue?
Yeah.
I'm really tired of Gaelic.
I bet.
Or of Welsh in particular, sorry, is what I was thinking. I don't know. Horst, you got anything?
I like Slavic. I would.
Ooh,
Slavic?
Yeah, Slavic, like Russian or something, Polish.
You want to go with that, Jeremy?
How do you do?
Tell you what. Oh, go ahead.
How do you do the lower third thing? I'm in the.
Oh,
you know,
if you go to the right hand, or sorry, the left hand on Hangouts, there's a little icon bar. Yeah, Hangout toolbox.
I'm there.
And then in the top right of the toolbox, there's a little toggle to show the little lower third. And so if you.
And then, like, how do we confirm this? I have written everything, but I can't see it. Like,
I think what you have to do is if you have like if you turned on the lower third before you changed everything, you have to toggle it off and then toggle it back on.
Craziness.
I think. I remember there's a trick to it.
Well, anyways.
All right.
So names, Slavic names.
Do we want to do that we both have a Slavic name, or do we want to do some variation on that? Like one of us does Slavic and one of us does Finnish?
Yeah, that could work. I think Russian and Finnish are somehow related.
Right.
So we'll go Dark Elf will be Finnish, and lighter complected Elf will be more Slavic.
Works for me.
Okay, Zdenko. Zdenko.
Is that Horst or me?
That's you. Sorry.
All right. Can you say that? Spell that again?
There you go. It's in the chat.
Oh, I could just look.
And Horst, you have Aloysia. I'm just going with Aloysia. Or sorry, that wasn't finished. That wasn't finished. Scratch that. Got to be true to the. Here we go. Ooh, this is better, I think. Utah. All right, Dave. Did you settle on a name?
Yeah, I'm totally going to go with this. I actually looked up the pronunciation. I'm not going to try to reproduce it exactly, but Gregor is a decent approximation.
Okay.
And since I have a spell book, and if I die, then someone can find Gregor's grimoire.
Oh yes. Right. What wizard does not like alliteration?
Is it actually like emblazoned on the front, like Gregor's grimoire, or like Vitology?
By the way, that album stole its album cover design from my first graphic novel by coincidence. You're talking about the Pearl Jam, right? You're talking about
I'm
Pearl
actually
Jam, right?
talking about the book called Vitology that I which yes, but that is yeah. No, we actually had the book in my family's house, and I remember when we saw the album cover, just being utterly baffled by it. But wait, so your graphic design you did the same like layout on that?
The typography. So if they took it from a pre-existing book, which I did not know, then they did not steal it from me. I stole it from them. But you've now cleared that up, and now I can let that go. It's like a great burden is lifted. I'm not holding anything against Eddie Vedder anymore.
Probably the best.
Okay, we have our 4 amazing PCs. And let's see, what other questions do I have here? PC with the highest intelligence, that would be Gregoire. So we're on the edge of a rocky highland here, broken by sharp ridges and deep ravines. So Gregoire, what natural or unnatural resource can be found out there in the wild?
I suppose it's some sort of obsidian-like rock that has obviously magical properties.
And who is exploiting it? Like what group, or it could be an individual, or who is actually sending out expeditions into the wilderness to get some of that stuff?
Oh man, I must be channeling Game of Thrones too much, but I think it's being mined by the soldiers for use in war to the other border of this kingdom.
Great. So it is a fortified border town, and I'm going to say that's the whole reason this border town is here, to act as a fortified outpost to send out people to harvest into the dangerous lands, to harvest this magical obsidian, which they use. Baltazar, how does the human army use this magical obsidian? How do they employ it?
Let's say they make projectile points out of it, so they use it for spear points and arrow points, and it magically counteracts armor.
Like armor piercing.
It's pure armor piercing.
Awesome. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Okay, great.
Perhaps the substance is like permeable to metals. Just by itself.
Yeah, it can like cut through.
Or not necessarily cut through, but like it
like it phase shifts.
Yeah, like metal and itself can exist in the same location, if that makes sense.
Okay, I'm gonna, super special.
But not stone, apparently.
Great. I'm gonna so here we are at this fortified border town. You guys have had some experience either as adventurers or private citizens, building yourself up. I don't know, Baltazar, do you go around preaching the good word?
Oh yes, definitely. He's on a mission to convert the heathen here.
Horst, Horst, what's your wisdom?
My wisdom is 10.
So we know Zdenko's is 7. Baltazar, what's your wisdom? Is that your prime?
13. Yeah, prime.
Okay. I'm going to ask you then, among the many dangers of this wilderness on the edge of which you are perched, which do you consider the greatest threat?
Oh, it's going to have to be something chaotic, of course, because that's the real threat to existence. Let's say they're like chaotic nature spirits in this area.
Okay. And is nature, are nature spirits like a pagan?
Sure, they need to be stamped out and controlled.
Totally antithetical to your gods.
Yeah, so making things stamps out the inherent chaos of their existence, and so that's how we bring things to order.
Okay. I'm going to let you, on your own, come up with a name for your god.
I just rolled one, yeah.
Oh, great.
So here, I'll do it.
And let's get who's got a high charisma?
I do. I have a 16.
Nice. Can anybody beat that? Zdenko, which of these landmarks is said to mark the location? Whoa!
Sorry, guys.
The feral nature spirit.
Yeah.
Which of these landmarks is said to mark the location of a great treasure? The Withered Field, the Queen's Gate, the Iron Tower, the White Cliff, or the Valley of the Shattered Finger?
Ooh, Valley of the Shattered Finger.
Can't beat a Shattered Finger. Okay. All right, so Yuta, is that how we say your name, Horst?
Yes, Yuta.
If you could look at the map, at our little shared map there,
Mm-hmm.
and if you could go down and grab one of those little yellow stars,
Okay.
and you're going to plop that somewhere on the map adjacent to a feature that you could interpret as a rocky highland. So probably any of those mountain ranges or any other place that you think.
Let's see. Oh. How do you move this?
You can,
Okay.
you can just use your arrow keys if you're having a hard time using the mouse.
Oh, I think I have it now.
Okay.
So, mountain range. Let's go here. You see that?
Looks good. Yep. Can everybody see that?
The yellow X.
The yellow X.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Zdenko, I would like you to take one of those little yellow icons in the lower right there and plop that down where you think the Valley of the Shattered Finger is. It looks to me like the wilderness is, since we're on the kind of eastern slope there of the highland, that the wilderness stretches off to the west there. So somewhere in that zone. Wow, there's a nice little river valley right there. You see that?
Yeah. So I'm sorry. Which symbol do you want me to drop?
The yellow star thing.
The yellow star. Okay. This is not where I'm actually dropping it, but just so I can get a zoom on it. Oh yeah, it does look like a nice little river valley, though, doesn't it? How about? Valley of the Shattered Finger. We're gonna go. Actually. Here.
Ooh, okay. So am I right that it looks like it's between two arms of that kind of mountain range there and on the upslope? Okay, cool. Awesome. And how many days journey do you think that is from the border town?
Well, based on this scale, that would, I don't know. Figure we'd probably go straight north on the valley and then cross a couple of rivers. I don't know, probably 4 days.
Okay, sounds good. And just give me a moment while I... Is that a fair approximation of the route that you're imagining?
Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Okay. All right. Everybody see that?
Mm-hmm. Looks great.
All right. So a 4-day trip looks like across some relatively level ground. You got to cross a river. Got to cross 2 rivers to get to that valley. But it looks like the actual terrain between those 2 rivers, it looks kind of hilly. But that first stretch there looks relatively level.
Right, but probably still kind of like on a higher plateau.
Yes, then the. So we got a plateau, a river crossing. Okay, great. Who's got the highest charisma? Did we get that one already?
That was me.
That's you. So how did you convince your companions to join you on this foolhardy treasure hunt?
Well, I think it was pretty easy to get Yuta to come with. Well, okay, let's see here. So Gregor, again, probably pretty easy. Just either I actually know some, magical treasure that's supposed to be buried there, or I made something up. I don't honestly know what would have gotten Baltazar to come with us, unless maybe he didn't trust us or thought we were, gonna like, I don't know.
I think I'm here to save your souls.
Well, so what? That's I guess question for you, Jason. Like, is the assumption that every PC in Freebooters that they are in fact like, they're out here to make their fortune, even if they do serve a higher purpose?
Yeah, and in Baltazar's case, John can sort of make that up, but often with clerics, they're just trying to get some money to tithe to their church. They're trying to get treasure to to either offer to their god or to actually materially support their organized religion.
That sounds perfect.
Plus, chaperoning the chaotic people.
The selfless.
Yeah, so I'm actually going to turn this around and say, how did Baltazar convince us to let him come with us?
Well, I've realized after glancing at the rule again that my offer of healing is totally pointless because I can't heal you chaotic people.
What?
Magically, I got mundane healing I can offer. And that's probably how I'm playing it, as if I could heal you, but my god's not going to let that slide. So you know
that's delightful.
I totally forgot about that rule.
Okay, then.
Good times.
Good times indeed.
So we believe that we've got a healer with us.
Yes, you do.
Or a heal bot with us. Okay, all right. This couldn't possibly go poorly.
Baltazar, what do the locals say about the Valley of the Shattered Finger? Like, what's dangerous about it, or what other things do they say about it?
Well, I guess aside from the jagged ridges of magical obsidian everywhere, let's say it's infested with some kind of vermin. I don't know what kind, though.
I can roll that up.
Okay.
In fact, you may not find out until you get there.
Yeah.
Great. And what is your intuition, Baltazar? That's what people say.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything different or additional that your intuition, obviously, granted to you by
Adon?
What's his name?
Adon.
Adon.
Mm-hmm.
A-D-O-N. Got it.
Yep.
What does Adon tell you when he speaks to you about the valley?
Clearly, these are just stories told to keep people away from the valuable treasure there, and that I should ignore them and press on.
So Adon says it's fiction.
Oh yeah, he says
that's just okay.
They're not nearly the threat that people make them out to be.
Okay. And is this among those rumors that you've heard? Is the valley a particularly rich repository of this obsidian, the magical stuff?
I'm going to say so.
Okay.
But I don't think that's what our expedition is. Yeah.
Right. You guys are go a little further with that there, Zdenko. What is particular about the treasure that you seek?
So I think, You said we established earlier that the obsidian gets mined by some sort of warlike empire. Is that right?
Yeah.
I think that there is probably some sort of a weapon from like back when the empire was being established. It's a weapon that like the natives in this area used against them. Probably, let's say it's a hand, right? It's a like a mummified hand from a lich god or something. I don't know. No, it's a mummified hand from one of their leaders, like one of their heroes of old.
Okay.
And it's supposed to be just like brimming with magical power.
Might that hero's tomb lie in the Valley of the Shattered Finger?
Yeah, exactly.
Might the Shattered Finger be somehow related to this hand?
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Okay. All right. Great. Okay. So you're setting out. We're gonna pick up with you. You've left the town behind. Actually, it's kind of faded into the distance. You're gonna be crossing that that initial plateau there. It's like rocky scrubland. Down to the extending off to the east is the sort of great open rolling plain of whatever the human kingdom or empire is. You can't see the sea from here, but that's off on your right hand side as you're kind of crossing this plateau. You can look down on this great expanse, and on your right, rising up, is this severe mountain range at the. Oops, something just happened there.
It was my fault.
Oh, okay. I thought I did it. So we're going to pick up with you in the middle of this first day's journey. And first thing I want to know is, let's get a mental image of our freebooting party here. Gregoire, are you on foot?
I am. I'm hoping that one of these donkeys or another has space for some of my accoutrement.
Because are you overloaded right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did end up getting the donkey and the cart is mostly empty.
Okay, that's very good news for Gregoire.
So what does Gregoire look like? We know that he has a widow's peak and gray hair and the goatee. Is there anything notable about his robes? What's he carrying?
So yeah, he's also got this sort of circlet, which I'm picturing as sort of like a not a complete circle. Like there's a gap where that sort of meets at his forehead. And he's got a sort of shoulder bag full of various things, and occasionally he'll take out of it a jar of something and sort of shake it around and tap on it and put it back.
And what is he offloading into the cart? What is he carrying that's so excessive that he needs extra carrying capacity?
He's got a couple books, which, as we all know, are actually quite huge in these times, and some writing equipment, a writing kit rather, and what else? A tent, bedroll, a bit of healing herbs and poultices, and other various tinctures. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yuta, wow, I know you're dressed in rags and you have your own donkey. Are you riding that donkey?
I think that Yuta is too lazy to ride, so she would try to sit on the cart if that's possible. And she won't leave unless somebody carries her away. So she's lying on the cart. The other donkey is tied to the cart. And she sleeps in her rags.
Just curled up on Gregoire's bedroll.
Exactly.
And Zdenko, how do you feel about her hanging out in your cart?
I have learned long ago that it's just not worth it. Like yeah, she's gonna sleep there. It's like trying to get a cat to go on a walk with you.
So Yuta's napping in the cart there. Does she own anything besides a donkey?
It does actually own a lot of stuff, like a sling and a dagger and lockpicks and tinderbox, like bits and pieces all crammed into a backpack.
Okay, so she's got a bag. Okay, great. And so I assume that's sort of right next to her while she's napping there.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Just a quick aside for everyone. Did people buy food?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I did.
Yes.
I don't know if I bought enough for all of us.
Sounds like people bought their own food.
Yeah.
Not
Did anyone? Better question. Did anyone not bring food?
We're good.
Right. We're a bunch of pros.
You can always forage if you need to. And Yuta, is there anything other than your is your dark skin like? Is it a dark kind of brown, or is it like a dark blue? Is it what kind of dark skin is it?
I think it's actually really black. It's a dark black. I imagine her being a cave dweller of some sort.
Okay.
Maybe even with white eyes.
Like wide set eyes. Long, scary, creepy fingers. Great. Zdenko, what about you? What are we looking at?
He actually cuts kind of a dashing figure. He's got leather armor. He's got a winter cloak. He's got relatively decent clothes on. Kind of a palish, almost blue to his skin. But like long anime kind of tousled hair, and not a care in the world.
And what, like gear wise, does he have any notable weapon?
Oh yeah, he's got like a short bow slung across his back. He's got a backpack that's got a bunch of stuff kind of hooked onto it. He's got water skin, knife, quiver. He actually he looks like an adventurer.
He's geared up.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
And then the cart is mostly filled with food.
Ooh.
Well, and other elf.
You're disheveled though, right?
Oh yeah.
What's that like?
That,
You like a party kind of thing?
Yes, he always looks. So when I say he doesn't have a care in the world, it's like he literally does not care, right? He's probably hungover. You're pretty sure you see him, like everyone's pretty sure that they see him sneaking a drink out of a flask from time to time. And, like he clearly has not combed his hair or shaved in whatever. You didn't even think that elves could grow facial hair.
I was about to ask.
But somehow he's pulled it off. But it's this, like he's absolutely just has not taken any care of himself, but he pulls the look off.
It's good genes, man. Good elf genes. And what about the scars? Where are the scars visible?
They're all over, right? Like his hands. There's just like dueling marks or cut marks, kind of like all around his face. There's a chunk taken out of his ear. It's just like a life of scrapes and bruises and flinging himself face first down mountainsides.
Oh my God! Wow. All right. Awesome. So Baltazar, what do you think when you look over at? Oh yeah, is he walking? Is Denko walking or in the
It's
sitting
more
on the
like
cart?
a strut.
So Baltazar, as you survey this motley trio that you've been ordained to escort, what's going through your head?
Well, clearly they need a guiding hand here because they're a little out of control, obviously. But we'll whip them into shape.
Okay, great. Are you bringing up the rear or are you in front? I assume you're in one of those two positions.
I'll bring up the rear.
Okay.
Yeah. And
so we got a short, balding Brian Blessed with rosy cheeks and a tonsure. There's not much of it. It's overcast today, so not much of a sun beating down on you. Are you the kind of dwarf that like mops his brow with a rag every once in a while, or do you just sort of?
I do have a cap that I can put on if it becomes too sunny or whatever. But yeah, no, he's he'll just let it glisten.
Okay, and is there anything more you can tell us? Like, do you have a beard like dwarves tend to have, or
he's got a beard, and he's got a bunch of junk that he hopefully is going to be able to put onto the cart. I don't know how much room is left on the cart, but
well, there's a second donkey if we need to strap stuff onto him.
Well, I've got a big bundle of furs I have as trade goods, and I've got a bedroll and some smithing tools, and what else have I got that can be passed off? A lantern and oil, little things like that. So
okay, great.
If we can fit that stuff on, he'll actually be able to move without being. Otherwise, when he showed up, he's like got all this stuff piled up on his back.
So I guess we should probably actually figure this out. So how much total load are people trying to offload onto this cart?
All right, let me see. 1, 2, 3.
5 for me.
Okay.
8 for me if it'll fit.
Whoa! That will fill it to capacity.
I have a lot of stuff.
Which would then mean that Yuta is either weightless or
has to walk.
Or maybe you have to carry your crap. That is.
I'll carry most of it. How about 3? You have room for the furs?
I think we have room for the furs, especially if Yuta sleeps on them, right?
Sure.
Yuta sleeps on the furs. Some stuff can go on the donkey.
Yeah.
And,
okay.
The 6 load that I have in my backpack is also on the donkey.
Okay. So all your stuff is on the donkey. Is that right, Yuta?
Yeah.
Okay. That sounds pretty good. And Baltazar is carrying a fair amount of his own, except for the furs.
I'm still burdened, but not overly burdened.
If you want to, you could have sold those furs at the border town, but do you want to keep them for potential trading?
That's what I thought, just in case we run into people.
Okay, great. All right then, here we go. Off on an adventure into the wild. So, you're venturing forth. When you set out into dangerous or unfamiliar territory, this is the first time that any of you have been into this particular wilderness. You've already said where you're going. We know your journey. We know it's going to take about 4 days, according to Zdenko's estimate. Now you're going to decide together. Well, let's see. I wonder if there's a leader to this. I guess maybe Baltazar considers himself a leader, and then everybody else, it's up to them whether they're going to pay attention to him
or not. Yeah.
So as a group, you need to decide whether you're going to move ahead quickly, which you would want to do, like, for instance, if you were trying to conserve rations, etc. Cautiously, which you would do if you want to make sure that you don't run afoul of any dangers unexpectedly, or taking care to ensure that the way back is safe. So that would mean from whatever your next juncture that you reach, if you take that third option, you would ensure that you could retreat back to the border town without encountering anything untoward. So any thoughts about that?
I'm going to argue for cautiously approaching. I think we have enough food. I think we've covered that we have enough food. We're not in such a huge hurry.
Mm-hmm.
So you are planning on moving ahead cautiously?
That's my plan. We'll see how that plays out.
How do you deal with the utter disregard to this plan that at least one of your companions
at
seems
least one.
To?
So far, we'll let that slide. I'm taking a long-term approach to getting you guys into shape. So,
all right. So are you like actively stepping up and sort of, like taking charge of making sure that we move carefully?
I'm
like you're
arguing for it fairly forcefully, but I'm sorry. If you guys I have 3 huge dogs, and they bark at everyone. They're very sweet, but they bark. So yeah, I know it's fruitless. It's pointless to try to argue this, but I'll try anyway, and then give in and try to keep pace.
Well, I mean, we've got a couple of donkeys. If you're willing to scout ahead, I just sort of like, gesture forward and.
Well, if I can set the pace, if I set the pace that way, I'll happily do it.
Is everybody cool with that? Is everybody cool with Is everybody going to interfere with that notion that Baltazar will scout ahead so you can move forward cautiously?
Yuta's very cooperative if she doesn't have to
Doesn't have to do anything.
I think Yuta's like asleep, right?
And she's asleep.
Gregoire, do you have any objections to this plan that the dwarf will scout ahead?
No, he sees the wisdom in it.
All right then, Baltazar, roll plus wisdom.
Put the literal wisdom in it. 7.
Okay, you choose one from the list below. You make a discovery along the way. You notice something useful about the environment, which we would figure out together. Or you choose one other party member to keep company with someone else.
I think we're going to make a discovery along the way.
Okay, great. Let me get out my Perilous Wilds. How about everybody roll a d12. And then I'm going to ask for those numbers in order, starting with David.
Be a 9.
9. Forrest.
3.
3. Jeremy.
10.
10. And John.
11.
Okay. Okay. Gregoire, how much do you know about this region? Have you done any research about it? Do your books have anything to do with it?
I think he has actually come here, having heard rumors of this hand, and greatly interested in it. So this is actually quite an alien place for him.
Okay, it's quite an alien place. Okay, great. So what you find in the course of your journey, this is just a little bit of, it turns out it's just a little bit of color, is an overgrown, there's a dried up ancient riverbed. It's full of river stones, but then it's been overgrown with the same kind of meadowy grass that covers the rest of this kind of highland plateau that you're on. And there's an ancient white stone bridge that crosses this dry riverbed. It's been also overgrown. There's like moss and stuff growing up all around it, but it's pretty much intact. And it's clearly very, very old. And assigned, so these previous people who lived here that the humans kind of oppressed and subjugated, who to whose the tomb of which one of their heroes you're actually traveling to. Zdenko, what was the how this bridge was theirs? So at some point they were pretty sophisticated stone workers and could build stuff like this, and perhaps there were there will be other remnants of what they built beforehand. But when the Empire kind of came in and took over this territory from them, at what stage of the kind of arc of their civilization were they at?
I think that they were largely still like a I want to think like Pueblo natives, like in the American Southwest.
Yeah.
So a lot like they use the environment, particularly like the rocky environment in this area, to great effect, but they are still largely subsistence. Like light horticulture, herding type of civilizations, where there's bands of kinship and whatnot, or there were bands of kinship between the different communities, but there wasn't really an empire per se.
Great. So some scattered groups living in the highlands.
Yeah, I think they might have even been, John, do you have any problem with them and dwarves?
Not at all. I'm all for it.
Oh.
It plays into my teaching moment we're about to have.
You're welcome.
Wow. So it was scattered groups of dwarves that were taken over by the Empire. Is what we're looking at. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, I'm gonna just a detail to add. I think that they're largely surface dwarves.
Mm-hmm.
Like for whatever reason, these were exiled from the deep delves.
Okay. And so this bridge, is it a construction of, is it far older than these cultures, or is the construction something that they could have actually produced?
Oh, I think it was something that they could have produced.
Okay.
Like they didn't have a whole lot of use in empire and civil or armies and that sort of thing, but they were still capable of doing fine stonework, and that's what they valued.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Baltazar, do you know much about these people? Were you related to them, or are they totally different from yours? Or
I'm going to say I took the dwarf heritage trait of the improved perception underground. So I'm going to say I'm one of the underground types, but certainly knew of these people, and so yeah. As we approach the bridge, I'm going to utilize this to teach my companions about the value of craftsmanship and hard work. See, this is what you get.
Yeah.
The people are gone, but their items live on. So with order, you could have immortality of a form.
Awesome. What's Baltazar? Give me like a decorative motif or kind of a recurring detail that they might use in their stonework.
Oh, these guys are surface types, so we'll say it's like a geometric form. So they've got maybe one of those keystone kind of things you associate with ancient Greece, kind of symbols that's repeated.
Okay, great.
So as you kind of make that point, and then as Baltazar sort of like walks across the bridge, Zdenko just sort of like picks up a rock off the ground and just like cracks a piece off of the white stone and just looks down at it as what doesn't mar it much, just enough, like a little crack in the thing, and goes, throws it over his shoulder.
All right.
Yuta, does that sound wake you up from your nap, or do you keep drowsing?
It does wake me up, but fortunately, I slept through the whole sermon, so the lecture is completely lost on her.
Yeah. You can see my task here is going to be very difficult.
Gregoire, what local small fauna, like small bird or animal, do you see in proximity to the bridge?
There's actually these sort of about the size of a little bit smaller than a cat maybe, but these purple lizards that just kind of skitter around the bridge itself.
Great. Yeah, so there's a shot of the little sermon happens, and then there's a shot from the far end of the bridge looking at you guys as you cross it, and on one of the end points of the bridge, there's this purple lizard that goes and then slips down the side and kind of disappears into the grass. And as it kind of, you just see the grass move as it kind of slips off down the dry riverbed. There's also scattered amongst the grass these purple flowers that are the same shade as the lizard as it sort of disappears into the distance. All right, and the rest of the day is uneventful, and you guys make camp the first night. And I'm going to put a little mark on the map to show where that is. And to make camp, you're going to settle into rest. You're going to choose somebody to manage provisions. Is it the guy with all the food?
I don't know. What kind of food are we talking? Who has contributed what to the food store here?
I brought nothing but quail tongue and pate.
A tureen of yeah. I brought 10 actual rations. It's not fancy, but it's filling.
I think we lost Jeremy.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
They'll come back. I'm putting a little campsite, a little marker on the trail there. There he is.
Sorry
Gregoire
about
has various jars of pickled objects.
Does he eat these things?
Yeah, absolutely. That's his,
He has his own little.
He's brought to slip into the pot. Yeah.
So is everybody can actually just eat from their own supply, or you can have somebody kind of try to like put a meal together for everybody. Any preferences there?
I am perfectly willing to eat my own food, but I'm also willing to eat somebody else's.
So I guess it falls to Baltazar being the only organized person.
Right.
Do you want to organize a meal?
I would attempt to, but I suspect it's not going to be very functional. So if everybody has their own food, I will make sure that everybody has at least something to eat, though, because along with being orderly, I'm charitable. So.
Oh, excellent.
If anyone needs food, I will share my food.
Gregoire is too, somehow. I just have to figure out how to fit that into his demeanor.
Well, charitable can also be any of these traits, especially when you're a chaotic character. You can interpret it as being sarcastic, like, or like, or a thing that you do, for a lesser being to like, you can do it with a note of disgust in your voice or whatever. Okay, so we're gonna skip managed provisions because everybody's just eating their own. Maybe a cohesive group will come out of this. Who knows?
Eventually.
So everybody can just mark off one ration there. And then we need a general sort of a go-to watch order, a default watch order. 4 of you over the course of a night, each of you will have like a 2 or 3 hour, probably a 2-hour watch. So any preferences? If nobody can decide, we're just going to ask Baltazar.
to make a plan.
So I know from experience that I have to go before Utah. Because otherwise we just don't have a watch for the night.
You mean you're going to do 2 shifts?
No, otherwise she won't wake me up because she'll be asleep.
So unless I mean,
or is that okay with you?
yeah, it works.
No.
I was saying if no one else has a preference, I'll do last because not only is he organized, he's a morning person.
Of course he is.
The worst kind.
The worst kind.
Gregoire insists on taking whichever watch the moon is out for.
Ooh, that's going to be 2 or 3. So from all this input, I'm going to say that means Zenko has first watch.
Yes.
Yuta has second watch, and Gregoire has third. Is that cool with everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Zenko, what's your wisdom?
Not good. 7.
7. Yuta, what's yours?
10.
10. Gregoire, what's yours?
13.
And Baltazar is like 16, right?
13. No.
13. Okay. All right. And how about luck? Who's got? Give me your lucks. Zenko first.
It is 13.
That's why you ended up with all that silver, huh? Yuta, what's your luck?
9.
Gregoire.
Also 9.
Baltazar.
Also 9.
Ooh. Okay, quick reminder, whenever you make a roll, you can spend a point of luck to increase that roll by 1 point. Not more than 1 point, but so you only want to do it when you're on the cusp, obviously. If you get a roll of 9 or you roll a 6. Wow, so these 3 people at the end here. So Yuta Yuta, give me a quick, okay, so you guys eat your lunch and we got the wizard eating some pickled stuff out of a jar. Vegetables or unknown items?
Question mark?
I think she bought the stuff from the border town, so whatever they eat, she eats. She's another connoisseur.
Okay, so just like hardtack.
Yeah, I reckon it's like salted sausage or something.
Yeah, great, awesome. So Zdenko wakes you, and you take your watch, and you're gonna roll. Give me a plus wisdom roll, Yuta.
Oh shit! I have a 7 plus nothing, so a 7.
Okay. So I get to choose one from the list. Ooh. Well, I'm not gonna. One of the options is your sleep tonight will not be restful, but I'm gonna say you kind of are always ready to sleep, so I'm not gonna give you that. I'm gonna have you keep company with yourself, and what that means is, sorry, what were the actual 2 6-sided dice? What were the 2 separate rolls?
4 and 3.
Okay. Whenever you guys get doubles on make camp or venture forth, if you roll doubles, then a danger will happen. So there's always a 1 in 6 chance that a danger will happen, but you didn't do that. So you're going to keep company with yourself, and that means we get a little internal monologue of your thoughts while you're on watch. You can have some thoughts about one of the following subjects: your own past, your heritage, a place you've been to, your current intentions, or your feelings about a person or thing. So you can choose one of those things and just give us like a quick summary of your, or an in character.
I think it's about Zdenko, I think, and I think in the last couple of, I don't know, months or how long we traveled together, I think she actually grew fond of him. His laissez-faire kind of ways, his not caring, appeals to her. But she worries a little bit about his drinking habit.
Oh, okay. Wow. A little concern for, like, maybe is your concern selfish? Like, you're worried that if he's drunk, he won't be able to pull his weight, or are you concerned for him personally, like as a separate?
No, I think, I mean, she's a free spirit, obviously. She's like a cat, as Jeremy put it. But she has like heartfelt, worries for him.
Wow. All right. I'm going to have you make another, empathy. That's going to be make another wisdom roll.
Is that a saving throw or something?
This is actually part of the keep company move. You could get an opportunity to have a bonus with in the future just by making this roll.
So it's an 8, a 5, and a 3.
Okay. So from your observations of Zdenko, you can deduce something about him, and you can ask Zdenko a direct question, which his character is not answering this question, but Jeremy, the player, is telling you something about Zdenko, which you learned from observing him. So go ahead and ask him a question.
So, although he seems to be completely, not caring about anything, Yuta has the feeling that something is troubling him, something causes him to forget, maybe. And my question would be, what is it? Is that assumption true? And if yes, what does he want to forget?
Is there any hint about what he might want to forget?
Sure. Yeah, I think that occasionally you kind of catch him get this sort of like 1,000-yard stare, right? Like that he's seen some stuff, and all of the everything else, like all the bravado and the recklessness, the not caring, is all basically just a way to not have to think about all of that. So there's something that he is trying to drown, something that he's trying to sort of like constantly run away from.
Cool.
Great. So Horst, in addition to that, you get +1 forward to the next time you act on anything having to do with those thoughts about about Zdenko. So if you, the next time you want to help Zdenko out, anytime you take an action that's related to that, you get +1 to it. May be hard to keep track of, but you can make a note of that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, next morning, everybody wakes up. So this is like early summer. It's a pretty wet morning. You guys are woken by the Baltazar is wide awake. Do you have any like morning ablutions or things you say about your god in the morning, Baltazar?
Yeah, his prayers involve repairing or crafting something. So he's got to be making something or fiddling with something. So he'll like whittle something, or he'll fix something that someone's got broken. He'll just go around and pick it up from their stuff if they have it. So if he sees his companions have something broken, he'll fix it without telling them. But yeah, he's up and has breakfast ready and everything for everybody. So he's got the camp cleaned up as much as he can around their sleeping forms.
Oh,
he's
great.
ready to get on the road already. So.
Oh, I forgot, Gregor. I forgot. Let's have is there any particular thing that happens with you and the moon at night?
That's the time when he studies his spell book and implants his spells into his mind.
Is it by moonlight, or is he like have some other kind of source of light that he's using?
By the moonlight, yes.
Oh wow. Okay. Great.
I think maybe the ink.
Does the ink in your book only show up in moonlight?
Absolutely.
Oh, that's awesome. Classic. Okay, great. So Baltazar musters everybody. Stuff's loaded back into the cart, and you creak off. There is that bridge was part of an ancient road, which is a slightly more level part of the region that you're moving across. So it's a little easier to. You're not sure what you're going to do with your cart when you get to the river and stuff, but. Oh wait, it looks like. Somehow.
Sorry, I think I was trying to zoom and messed up something. On
okay.
So
I was like, wait, where are you guys going? I'll fix
we're
it.
way off. Yeah.
That right? About right. No, like that?
I think a little bit inward.
Yeah.
Sorry, leftward. Yeah, because I think the star was like around here. I think it was in there.
So how do I zoom out of there without messing stuff up?
You go. You have the magnifying glass selected in the top menu bar.
I do.
You hit. I believe it's Control. Click magnifying glass, and you should.
Gotcha.
That work?
Just this back reload page now.
Unlike every other user interface, it doesn't turn into a minus.
I know, right? Kind of annoying.
Well, I'm good. I can see it.
Found that out by luck. Oops. Now our little first day marker needs to be.
I guess there's no way to lock an element from being moved.
Not that I've been able to find. I've only been messing around with this today, though. So. Okay. So next day. I think by this second day, you're going to get to that first river. To the near side of that first river. Are you going to proceed cautiously like the day before, or? I mean, I guess that makes sense unless somebody has a different idea. The other options were safe. Make sure your way back is safe, or move quickly.
We haven't encountered any real sense of danger out here, have we?
No.
No.
And if you haven't encountered anything dangerous, then there's clearly nothing dangerous. So. I'm fine with just pressing on, but if the dwarf
no, I think
insists on taking his time.
No, we'll pick up the pace a little.
Okay, so quickly. So this means the party member with the lowest dex rolls plus dex. Who's got the lowest dex?
Got 9.
You got a 9. Anybody lower than 9?
Nope.
Okay.
I am pleasantly surprised.
Those thieves. What are you, just for the sake of interest, what are your dexterities?
16.
And 14.
Nice. Okay, Gregoire, you're the laggard here. So let's see if you can keep up the pace.
All right.
2d6 straight up.
Wouldn't it technically be the donkey?
That's right.
Oh, that's a good point.
Got a 3 and a 3.
Oh.
That's
You got doubles. Nice. Okay. So we're gonna roll
And we
up
do get
major.
a for failure, right? And
Yes. Yes. Mark that up. That's our first failure there. So once again, everybody roll a d12. And I will ask for in order, starting with David.
2. 2.
Horst.
10.
10. Jeremy.
1.
And John.
7.
Okay. Ooh, okay. So as you approach that the river valley, you're moving at a pretty good clip. You're like maybe Baltazar's made a little what do you call like a thing you like a stiff thing you whack somebody with? There's a special word for it.
A crop.
A crop. Thank you. Yes.
Sure.
So maybe Baltazar's made a little crop out of some stiff grass that he's found, and he's like whacking the donkeys on the butts, whacking the asses on the asses, and kind of ushering them along. And then the plateau starts to dip down towards that river valley, and you get to that crest, and you look down, and the entire that first river valley, the lower elevation there, is completely covered in a white fog. So this is the first point at which you're looking across here. I'll put you on the, let's see. So basically you are at that point, if you guys can see that, the second orange marker there. And you're looking west. You sort of top to rise, and you look down, and you see this first dip. So between those two rivers, all the way to those far mountains where the tomb is said to reside, is just completely covered in like a blanket of fog. It almost looks like you're looking at across a large body of water, because it's actually level on the top because of there's something about the temperature differential that's making it sort of level. So to descend into this river valley, you're going to be descending into a completely dense fog. So at that point, and now we're looking at, I think you guys are moving at a quick pace. So it's like late afternoon. The sun's getting, near the edge of that mountain range to the west there. It's getting near the peaks. So there's still light. And I guess your potential decision point would be like, are you going to proceed to keep up this pace down into the blinding fog, or are you going to call it camp here, or some other option?
My advice is camp here, of course, but I don't expect that to be listened to. So I do have a lantern if we need to continue on. I can light that up, and we can have a headlight.
How do you state your case that you think we should stay?
Well, I don't want to risk the wagon as we go. If we're going down this slope in the fog as it gets darker, it seems like that's pretty risky in terms of, your wagon and your donkey.
He's just looking out for you, man.
Yeah, I'm just checking.
You all stay here, and Zdenko will sort of without even waiting to confirm that they are staying, he just sort of rushes off into the fog. Except it doesn't seem like a rush. It's more just
He's gone.
And he's just slinking ahead and scouting off into the fog on his own, trying to find the edge of the river.
Does his arms go back as he runs into the...
Yeah. He whips a scarf over his face before he does so.
I'm not sure if this is a Metal Gear Solid or $6 Million Man, or I'm not sure of the reference. And so the rest of you guys are going to hang back and wait to see what happens with the Zdenko here.
That's a great plan.
Okay. Zdenko, why don't you roll to move ahead cautiously? That's wisdom.
Oh, what a bad thing for me to roll. But I got an 8, even with a -1.
Is it 2 4s?
No, it was a 6 and a 3.
Okay, great. So you can make a discovery, notice something useful, or keep company with yourself since you're on your own. Have some thoughts running through your head.
No
useful thing
thoughts.
No thoughts.
No thoughts.
Just flying through the mist. So the discovery could be a river, that you will have reached the river safely with no trouble, or you could find out something else that might be useful about the environment.
I'd like to find something useful about the environment. Ideally, a ford of some sort would be what I would be hoping for. But if that's too much for a 7 to 9, that's fine with me.
No, totally. That's that'll do it. So the advantage of a 10 plus in this situation would be like you'd get the drop if you encountered a danger.
Oh, okay.
Right. That's because you were going ahead.
Sure.
With cautiously looking for the river, but in this case, that's totally a perfect suggestion. So in fact, you do find it's hard because of the fog, but you get down to the water's edge, and you've actually managed to keep pretty much on the route of this ancient road. Occasionally you would wander off, and you'd sort of realize that the grass was thicker or it was more rocky, and you'd find your way back. And then when you get down to the water, you're sort of at the spot where at some point they had put a bunch of extra stones in this place to make it shallower for people to cross. So you have found the ford on the spot. So at that point, go back and get the group. Are you going to proceed across the river?
I think before proceeding across the river, I will, whatchamacallit, just sort of like, you said the fog is super dense, right?
Yeah. Like visibility is like 6 feet.
Okay. In that case, I'll just sort of cock my head. Oh, man, there's a river. So I'm not going to hear anything over the river noise, am I?
Well, I mean, you could hear certain sounds.
Well, do I hear
pitches, like high pitches and stuff like that?
Yeah, but I don't hear, like, the screaming of dying creatures on the other side or anything like
that. Roll perception. Perceive. Sorry, roll wisdom, which is perceive.
Why do I keep doing this?
This is how you're going to increase your wisdom eventually.
Yeah, eventually. It's going to take a while. I got a 3.
Oh my. Yeah. Okay. So you don't hear any screams of terror or pain, but you do hear a which you can't tell if it's an animal making that sound or what, but it's a strange sound. Like it's definitely, and it sends like a chill up your spine.
Huh. And it definitely has that sort of Doppler effect to it.
It doesn't feel like it's more of like an increase in volume and then a decrease, not like it's passing. And it's definitely coming from across the river. And the only reason you could hear it is because it was a higher pitch than the sound of the river itself. And maybe it's like, it could be like two trees scraping against each other, right? It's like a weird kind of squeaky, scrapey sound. But
yeah, but is there any wind?
No, there's not. The fog is still. And also there's not a whole lot of trees. At least not that you can see in the fog. So that's the only thing that comes to mind is like when you've been in the forest before, you've heard that kind of sound. So something scraping against itself or something else.
Have I perhaps heard any stories of creatures that have been known to be in this area?
Roll plus intelligence.
All right. I think I
get level 3.
Let's see here. I got an 8. I got a 9. I whip out the bestiary that I rolled to randomly have.
Wait, how are you going to read your bestiary? Or maybe you read it
by Braille. Okay.
You could have read it earlier.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't quite realize that it was actually like nighttime yet. I thought it was just foggy.
No, it is foggy, but you can't. Oh, you're right. Okay, no, it's light enough to read. So you're carrying your book with you, your little Audubon, fantasy Audubon.
It is. Let's see here. Let's call this Finian's naturalist no, let's see here. Finian the Elder's Guide to the Northern Northern Beasts.
Great, excellent. Yes. That was your random item? Is that how you got that? That's great.
Yeah, it's a bestiary.
Is it like a pocket guide? Is it small or like what size?
I think it's pretty small, yeah, because well, I don't know. Like it says it's worth 5 silver pieces. I didn't actually check to see if that was the same as like an actual book in the marketplace.
It seems very it's very specialized, and I think that I think like a little
field guide.
Moleskin sized field guide to.
Yeah.
And that gives you +1, right?
Yeah, if we treat it like a book.
Yeah.
Okay. So that actually ends up with a 10.
Okay. So what's your best guess, like you personally, what's your best guess what this sound is?
Well, it doesn't seem likely to be a mole, right? I don't know, like
screaming moles.
I'm thinking it's either some sort of discharge from the ground, like something that's actually like some sort of a vent of steam or something that's like giving off the fog.
Yeah.
Which you read all about.
Or it's a horrible, horrible insectoid creature that is just making that loud screeching noise, like a cicada, but something the size of a Volkswagen.
Oh yeah. So I'm guessing that you would prefer it not be the giant cicada.
I would really prefer it to just be some sort of steam vent, but
okay. Roll to get lucky. So that's roll plus luck.
Plus luck. I don't have to spend luck on this, right?
No. Only if you. Right. In fact, you can't spend luck.
That's
on
right.
this.
You can't spend luck to
on getting lucky. You cannot spend luck.
Well, that's unfortunate. I got a 5.
Oh, guess what?
Yeah. I bet I know exactly what it is.
So there's like there's a sudden creepy like and this shape moves towards you through the fog like overhead. It actually passes directly over your head and disappears into the fog on the other side of you. And it's this, there's maybe like 8 legs hanging down as it sweeps overhead. And as its wings beat, the fog kind of swirls around. And for a moment, you can see maybe 10 or 12 feet on either side of you. And then it sort of disappears into the blinding fog.
It's heading back towards where my friends are?
Yeah.
I turn
in that direction.
I turn and run back the direction that they came, trying to draw my bow as I go. Back towards them.
Yeah, okay. Let me do a quick...
Sirs, if I cause your doom, I apologize.
You said, if I'm right, you said the size of a Volkswagen. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah.
Would you call that a medium or a large monster?
I think so. I think the only honest answer is a large monster.
Okay. Well, we're talking about a fragile kind of cicada-like creature here. Jeremy, could you roll 1d12 for me?
I most certainly can. I got a 2.
Okay, lucky roll for you.
Yes, lucky.
And okay. Wow. Okay. And you did use your book, and there's like a little sketch. There's a little sepia tone sketch. You got a book that was actually the way that these books were mass produced is that they had scribes kind of copy them. Mm-hmm. And in a particular copy you bought, there's somebody who owned the book before you had actually drawn a little sketch of this cicada-like creature. And in the little entry next to it, it had some notes about it, and I'd like you to roll a d12 again.
5.
Okay. These enormous hibernating insects would be considered somewhat normal if they were only of a smaller size. And could you please roll? Let's see here. Yeah, give me 1d12 again.
A 3.
And Gregoire, could you give me 1d12?
5.
They are somewhat fragile in body. However, they are known to communicate disease.
Oh, delightful.
Yeah, so that disappears the fog. Now you're trying to get back to your friends before if that's where it's going, right?
Yeah, like, yes, exactly. I'm trying to get back to my friends and let them know that death is coming, or you know, maybe
Okay.
it is. I don't know.
Make a saving throw with dexterity.
13.
Jesus. Oh. Yeah, okay. So you actually book it right back up that ancient roadway, pretty much the way you came. Yeah, there's a point at which you hear it off to the side in the fog. You can't. And apparently, it's landing and it's going like. And this time it is a Doppler effect because you run by it, and then you come up out of the fog with your arrow knocked, and your companions are there at the top of the rise, and they also have heard now in the distance. They hear that same squeaking sound coming out of the fog.
It's just trees rubbing together.
Does Yuta have a ranged weapon that I know of?
I have a sling.
All right. So yeah, like you all don't actually even hear him run or hear Zdenka running up the hill because he moves with a feather-light touch or step, and suddenly he's just sort of like standing in the middle of all of you, and he turns to Yuta and goes, "Grab the sling," and nods in the off in the distance where that squeak came from.
Yeah, Yuta grabs the sling, loads a stone, and stands on the cart waiting for the monster to arrive.
Stands on the cart. Nice. So she's got some elevation there. Gregoire and Baltazar, what do you guys do?
I dive under the cart.
Sounds like there's trouble coming, so I'll get out my shield and hammer.
Okay. There's like a. And the first thing you see is so now it's the golden hour and the light's kind of coming in across the mountain range is actually casting a blue shadow across that bank of fog, and there's about 100 yards out from the ridge that you're on, the fog starts to kind of swirl in sort of a downward motion, and then the creature rises up out of it, and it is about the size of a volcano, and it's got there's a set of 4 wings that are. Both sides of
Oh Lord, we're doomed.
both
Very large.
Sorry. The size of a Honda hatchback.
All right. Sorry.
It's got like 4 wings that are vibrating so fast you can't even really see them. And as it's doing that, the clouds kind of, the fog kind of like moves out from beneath it, and then it sort of pitches forward and zooms at you.
Okay, so it definitely seems to be on an aggressive sort of path.
I would say yes.
I would like to shoot it.
Okay. Funnily enough, that move is called shoot.
Would anyone else like to shoot it?
Yeah, Yuta lets loose a stone as well.
Okay. Zdenko, let's roll plus dex.
10.
Nice. Inflict deal your damage.
I will. 1.
So that arrow just hits its underside and then sort of bounces down and disappears into the fog. Yuta, go ahead and make your roll.
I have a 10.
And deal your damage for the sling.
The sling is D4. Let's see. What's my D4 at? I don't have a D4. That's a shame.
Do you have a D8?
I roll a... Yeah, I have a D8.
Just to divide by 2.
It's a 3.
Okay. So that hits it kind of smack. It's got 4 eyes. It's kind of like a pale greenish beige color. That hits it sort of between the eyes, smack on its forehead, and it sort of pitches back for a second and uses its wings to recover, and then flies up to one, sort of banks up to the right, to its right. So it's much higher than you guys now, and it's preparing to kind of swoop down in towards you. Baltazar and Gregoire, are you guys... Gregoire, are you still cowering under the cart?
In fact, I shot up to Yuta to throw me one of your sling stones. Or drop it down to me.
Yeah, she grabs her pouch and passes the stone to him. Okay. What are you doing with the stone?
You hear chanting. And Gregoire is art. Gregoire wishes to cast Elien's Avarice Weapon on this sling stone.
Okay.
Yuta runs away as well.
So you hop off the cart and run away?
Oh, no, I mean, I guess Gregoire shouts up and is like,
yeah.
No need, this won't be too spectacular.
Okay, so he's going to cast the spell on the stone, right?
Channeling his desire to possess some part of this creature for whatever properties it does. He's attempting to grant this stone extra ability to damage it, hopefully.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, like, pass your consciousness into it. But hey,
that would be interesting. Maybe
so, sort of like just trying to make it particularly like whatever its weakness is, trying to like enchant the stone to. Okay.
So I'm aiming for a sort of plus damage effect on this particular stone to then throw back to Yuta.
Oh, so for her to cool. Okay, so you're going to need, and if I'm right, you've got 5 power to spend on this spell because you got 3 intelligence and you're level 2. So if we look at, you want it to last more than an instant, so it's going to need duration 1, so that'll cost you a point. And it's just being applied to the stone, so it's touch. So that's 0, and you want to have it affect 1 target when it hits.
I would assume so. Yes.
Wow, that's 0. So with 4 leftover power, you could pump that up to 3d6 damage.
Wow.
And with that 1 extra point, you could give her +1 to hit.
Sounds good to me.
Holy crap. Nice. I just hope you make this roll, because...
So I've got a +3. Actually, I do have a spell component as well, which I may as well grant to this, and maybe it's some sort of... some sort of substance. I'd sort of crack open a vial and sort of coat this stone in it.
So she drops you the sling stone. You're lying on the ground underneath the cart. The light is dying, so it's like a Twilight Zone situation. You crack open this vial, and say your words on this stone. Awesome. So you're gonna roll plus int. And what's the name of the spell again?
Elien's Avarice Weapon.
Elien's Avarice. And once again, briefly describe how it's avaricious.
Basically, I want to collect some part of this monster.
Okay,
and I greatly desire it.
So you can use this spell. One of the possible uses of this spell is to help you with your own avarice. To okay, great. Bug hunter. Okay, make
so
your
this
roll.
will be a +4 total, right? So there we go.
Actually, +3 is the max on any roll.
Oh,
so
it is.
If spell component just gives you +1, then
it does. Which kind of defeats the purpose of spell
Well-
components unless I get some sort of spell, damage to my stat.
Right. That would be when it would become useful.
Okay. That is a 6 and a 2
So 8.
+3.
plus 3.
Oh shit.
It's 11.
Shit for the bug is what I'm saying. It does what you want. So you do it. But now of course Yuta has to hit the thing, right?
Mhm.
That's true.
And what is this? What is the sling stone? What is the physical manifestation of this spell when you cast it? What does it look like?
It's kind of got a. I guess it actually just sort of burns with a green sort of flame of desire.
Like a flame that like licks up. Is it affected by gravity, or does it sort of emanate kind of all around at unit?
Yeah, the latter. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that green flame lights up. You guys all see this green light glow from underneath the cart. The donkey's looking a little nervous. Zdenko steps back. Baltazar, it's still at range. I assume you're just sort of there, prepared with your hammer.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Gregoire, you toss the stone back to Yuta. Is that right?
Yep.
Yuta, how do you feel about this glowing green stone coming towards you?
Use this.
So Yuta had jumped from the cart
Yeah.
in order to run away, and then she heard Gregoire saying that it's okay.
Yeah.
But she doesn't really believe you. What have you done to the stone? I mean, this is devil's work. You think this
So
will
wait,
work?
does it just land on the ground in front of you?
Yeah. So
I'm not touching this thing.
okay. So Yuta backs away. The stone hits. It just lands in the grass, and now there's this green glow
sizzling.
in the grass. Zdenko, you get one more shot at the thing before it descends on you guys.
I will kind of like see it coming down and yell, "Pick it up and throw!" and then take a shot.
Okay.
8, 9, 10 again.
All right. Deal it.
And this time I do 4 damage.
Nice. Okay. So that one lodges in its underside, and it sort of veers. It sort of half spins as it's descending on you guys. And since you're the main source of its agony so far, it's going for you.
I will dodge.
Okay. Make a saving throw with dexterity.
Yeah, I'd like to step up and get in his spot if Zdenko makes it and gets out of the way.
Okay.
Would you say you're helping me?
Yes, I'd like to help you get out. Well, I don't know how I'm helping you dodge. I'm trying to defend you if you're stuck.
Okay. Is that a move in this?
Not really. Not a
No,
defender.
no.
All right. Let's see here. So I got a 5, 6. I got a 7.
So you do it. There's a catch. Yeah. So you. The catch is you have to. You have a choice. You can either drop your bow, lose it in the grass, and not have access to it, or allow the thing to land on you. It won't do damage to you, but it'll basically pin you down to the ground.
Yeah, I will drop the bow.
Okay, so you drop the bow, you roll out of the way.
Yep.
The thing is now swooping in the spot where you were. Baltazar, you're right there to take a swing at it as it does that. It's not actually attacking you. It was trying to get Zdenko. So that's strength.
All right. I'm going to take a swing with my hammer, getting a whopping 6.
Oh!
Yep.
Oh,
I've learned something from this.
You want to burn a luck, buddy?
Yeah, actually, I do. Actually, pull it up to 7. I'll do that. Yeah, that works.
You were this close to hitting Zdenko with your hammer.
And then, yeah, we're gonna go with the luck. So it's a 7.
All right then. Deal your damage.
Okay. 4 points.
So
yeah, so you sort of slam it in the back. It sort of pitches and it lands like against the donkey. which like you know, like lets out a horrible shriek and like panics and is turning towards where Yuta is in the grass and Gregoire is still under that cart, and so this sudden turn pitches the cart on its side, and all the stuff in the cart falls out on the ground, and the creature is like basically, you know, it's like bodies, like it's right up against the donkey holding on to it, and everything is spilled out on the ground. What's your okay, let's see. Furs. Who's got the most stuff in that cart?
Let's see. So I had about 5 weight of stuff, rations and gear.
My furs are 3. That's all.
Yeah,
I
your
have.
furs are fine. I want to know out of the person with the highest quantity, which is I guess you, Svenko. Is that right?
Who else was toting stuff on there?
Someone said they had 8 in there.
I tried to put 8, but we quit.
Yeah, I backed up on that.
I think we were 5 and 5 between me and
Gregoire.
Grigor.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
I'm
between the
certainly
two,
concerned for my delicate like stuff. So
and Zdenko, your luck is 13, right?
It is.
Okay, so Gregoire, of the stuff that he's got in the cart, what's the most breakable?
let's see here. Just a moment. Probably something like
Your food
my
and bottles.
writing equipment, I guess. My writing kit.
Are your rations in there too?
My rations are, and I guess we've established that those are pretty fragile, actually.
And how many rations do you have?
4 now.
So roll 1d4, and that's how many of your rations, which are all in these little bottles, get shattered when the cart gets.
Yeah, and this is uses, not individual rations.
Mhm.
Right.
Oh, that's all of them.
Yeah. So, whatever they were being held in.
What was the detail that I missed? That your rations are liquid?
It's various pickled things we haven't.
Oh,
You
okay.
probably don't want
Okay.
to know.
That's disgusting.
Mhm.
All right.
Yeah, so
Ugh,
they're,
it's probably all over my stuff now.
Yeah. Everything is in this puddle of pickled, frog embryos or whatever it is that wizard eats.
Balls.
Yeah. Yeah. So what do you do? Anybody?
So, Gregoire, before the cart fell over, how did you persuade Yuta or try to persuade Yuta to grab that glowing ball of evil?
I just swore and said, "Damn it, pick it up and throw it."
Yeah, actually, well, I don't know. I don't think he did. I think this this development with the cart being overturned, he's scrambling backwards towards the stone.
Right, and towards Utah, the same side of the road there.
Right.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
so he's just like repeating, "Use the damn stone, the stone." And if you're not going to use it, then he will approach it and pick it up. But yeah.
I think Yuta, seeing the chaos around her, grabs the stone, grits her teeth, and slings it at the creature.
All right. So you get your dex bonus +1 for the magical aspect of it.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, and I really have to use it. It's a 5, 6, and plus the magic thing, it's a 7.
Nice.
I told you.
So you have to choose. Ooh, well, you can't mark off 1 ammo because this was a special piece of ammo. You can roll damage twice and take the lower roll, so you get like a winging, but it is 3d6 damage, which is pretty crazy. Or attract unwanted attention.
I go for the attention. I know. It's something, but so 3d6.
3d6, yeah.
It's 8, and 3 is 11.
Okay. There's just like a bolt of green light as that thing shoots out of your sling. The giant insect is just kind of rising up on top of the donkey, and you get this feeling that it's just about to, because it's right there, it's just about to do something to the donkey. And the thing hits it right in the head. There's a burst of green light as its head basically explodes, and there's like a shower of ichor, and it sort of tips backward on its back with its 8 legs just kind of quivering, and steam rising up out of its
Thorax.
out of its head, where its head was, which is now completely gone. And as far as attracting tension goes, I am starting a thread for that attention, which you do not know what that is, but it's definitely not this dead cicada that you got in front of you. But this creature is now, in fact, deceased.
I told you to use the stone.
It really looked dangerous.
It is. That is the point.
When someone turns back towards Zdenka, you notice him putting a flask away.
Gregor sort of starts surveying the Jackson Pollock that was the
Nice.
picking up pieces of it and inspecting them for future use.
If you start poking around or look like you're about to start poking around towards it, I will sort of appear over your shoulder and go, "You know those things carry disease."
Yeah, he sort of like brings his hand back a bit. He's like, He sort of like finds some sort of I don't know. He starts like picking things up via his robe, like through his robe, sort of.
Okay, great. I'm gonna have you roll some booty to see what this thing can be. What can be gathered from this thing? Let's see. So let's see. 20. You're gonna roll a d10, wizard man.
Okay. Let me find one of those. It's a 6.
Roll a d10 and then a d12.
Another d10, you say?
Yep.
That's another 6, and d12 is 4.
Okay. So maybe you've learned this in your studies, and maybe you took a little peek at that field guide to Creatures of the North that the elf has at some point. But you know that there's an organ in this thing which where it collects some part of its diet is collected there and kind of crystallized and made like super dense, and it's a valuable considered a valuable aphrodisiac in certain for certain markets. So you could probably get if you can get that out of this thing, and maybe perhaps it has some magical properties or could even be turned into a spell component. You with a sharp knife and a careful hand, you or someone else might be able to extract this organ from this creature.
All right. Well, I do have a sharp, fine knife myself, but maybe someone else has a steadier hand than my 9 dexterity.
I'll just use a hammer.
I start like beseeching. I don't know. Which of the 2 thieves seems more dexterous? Maybe it's just Yuta because of reasons. I'm just like. Sorry?
And Yuta doesn't know that the creature has diseases, so.
Yeah.
I will tell her.
Then she doesn't help.
So it looks like you have no willing volunteers.
He's grumbling and.
But again, you can state your case and try to persuade Yuta to do the thing.
I know it's in there. It's greatly valuable. If we could just get at it. I know it's in that abdomen there somewhere.
Gosh, David, that sounds to me like you could cast your spell on your knife.
Exactly.
If you're still avaricious about that thing.
Well, I mean, I don't know if the Oh yeah. Actually, that's totally the case.
Right. Instead of increasing damage, you can increase your bonus to make the roll to extract the thing.
Totally. I will do that. Yeah, so he's like he's holding the knife out to Yuta, and there's like, wait, do this myself. I must have it. Seven, 8, 9, 10. Yeah.
Nice.
So that's let's see what that would net me.
The best, I mean, there's no question. It's you're touching the thing. Duration 1 is all you need, and the most you can get on any roll is +3. So you're going to get +3 to your saving throw to get out this organ.
Excellent.
And is this also like a green flame that swirls around the knife?
Yeah. I think more the blade itself is just sort of this like super dense. It's almost like it's empty space through which you see this green.
Oh, yes.
So it appears actually very, very sharp.
Got it. Oh, wow. Nice.
And so he's sort of he's got his robes turned over his mouth, and I don't know, maybe he has some form of glove, but otherwise he's just kind of like using his robes to like manipulating the abdomen or whatever, wherever this thing is, through his robe to keep the ichor off of his fingers, and
awesome.
Starts hacking away at it.
Okay, make a dex saving throw +3.
That's a 7 here. So that's a 10.
Ooh, okay. So you sort of, there's a moment where you're kind of like assessing the situation, and the thing is just the last twitches are going out of its body, and everybody's kind of keeping their distance from you, and your knife is glowing green, or it looks like that this piece of void that you're looking at through it, and then you make one quick horizontal slash across its thorax, and it splits open and falls apart, and steam rises up out of its body, and you quickly jab your knife in, and the super sharp point of that knife hits the thing perfectly, and you yank it out, and you're holding up this fist-sized, whether it's a gall or what, but it actually is, it's kind of encrusted with this crystalline, almost like, salt crystals or something that are reflecting the green light from your knife. And you now have one of these things. Jeremy, in your handbook, what were these things called?
The bugs?
Yeah. Could be a simple English, description of them somehow.
Yeah, I think they probably called them rock hoppers.
Also
actually, they called them little rock hoppers in that same way that they call big guys tiny.
Okay, so these are called.
It just means there's a much bigger version of the rock hopper somewhere.
Exactly. In the local tongue, they are called the barag. They're in the chat. That's what they're called in the local tongue. All right. So you can make a note of that. That's got weight 0 because it's a pretty small item. It itself is not toxic once you rinse it off with some water, so you don't have to worry about that. So you can make a note that you have that in your gear. And according to my timeline, this is time to take a 10-minute break. Is everybody cool with that?
Yep, works.
Works.
All right, awesome. So I'll be back here at 9:15 EST.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. Yep.
So did you guys want to push down into the fog or camp on this ridge for the night?
Well, it seems like we're going to have to spend the next couple of hours of daylight repacking the camp, repacking the wagon.
Right. Yeah, that's probably a fair.
Or perhaps some of us will have to repack the wagon.
Cleaning diseased goo off of everything.
Yeah, and pickle juice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of muck.
Oh, is the donkey okay?
As far as you can tell, so the donkey seems traumatized. There was also right now. There's the donkey pulling the cart, and then the other donkey was tethered to that cart, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it probably got like knocked down or something.
Well, it basically tried to escape and couldn't because of the weight of the cart. So it was basically like terrified the whole time, but didn't break its tether, so it's okay. The donkey that had the creature on it, it's a little scraped up, but it seems okay. It's got like a the creature had like its legs had like three like if this was
like the back claw type thing.
Yes, exactly. But a set of three of them on one claw, and it was like on the donkey's back. So the donkey got a little scraped up, but not like any bleeding wounds or anything like that.
From what I knew about, or like what the book said about these things carrying disease, was it like the bite, or was it not specific enough?
It said something to the effect of they're known to muck about in the carcasses of their prey, and so carry whatever illness. So you're no scientist, but it could be communicated just by contact.
Perhaps it's worth using some poultices or something on the donkey's wounds.
Would you like to do that, Gregoire?
Sure. I'm not sure I actually have poultice personally.
Just a suggestion. Well, I could do that for the donkey, but then we would have less for you guys later. So I'll leave that open to your choices.
I'm probably the only one really thinking about that, right? So
Yeah, I don't know. Is Baltazar at all concerned about the chaos of crazy insect and disease? And
no, we'll have to move away from this no matter what we do, and set something up. So yeah, I'd like to get away from that thing, and get our goods out of here and reorganized. I think he's a little OCD, so he's probably really kind of freaked out by the more by the chaos than the creature.
And the pickle juice and everything.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, your furs,
yes.
They smell of pickles.
No, that's going to have to be aired out.
I actually hate pickles, by the way. So
in real life. Is this an X card moment, Dave?
We're going too far.
I'm the one instigating here.
So Utah says somebody has to pull the cart, so we have to take care of the donkey.
Yes. All right, well, I'll happily treat the donkey with some herbs and poultices.
Okay, great. Yeah, so you go sort of do the thing to like the standard treatment for I guess in your time as a person of faith and one who goes out into communities and helps people, you're used to like healing people.
People, but not donkeys, I'm guessing.
Not so much donkeys, but there's some open wounds that you feel like maybe could be treated,
sure.
Or you're used to doing that. And then you also realize that the really best thing to do would be actually wash this donkey down. So,
sure.
I don't know if you're going to do that bath by yourself or you want to enlist some help, but
I'll do it myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I will fill everyone in on the fact that I found a ford to the river not very far down the road.
Okay. So donkeys are getting washed. Camp is being set up. Is everybody going to just dip into their own provisions again? I guess a certain wizard is completely out of food.
Indeed.
I will share some food with the wizard, although it's probably not to your taste.
You probably find me kind of like considering putting one of the cicada's legs over the fire with a grim look on my face.
Totally valid option.
If I just had my pickling gear.
So we're not going to do. So nobody's making food for the whole gang. So we'll just do. Everybody's eating their own provisions for that. Except that Baltazar is sharing with.
I'll mark going off for Gregoire.
Great. And so for watch that night. Actually, before you guys go to bed, we're going to do a little end of session move in the mid session, just to see if you actually managed to level up from your experiences today. So, asking those questions that we are supposed to ask here. Here we go. So, as you sit around the fire and wash donkeys, did anybody fulfill their alignment goal today?
I think I might have actually.
I thought that's what you were aiming for at that bridge.
Destroy a symbol of order.
Yeah, I don't know if that really qualifies as destruction, though.
Yeah. I marred a symbol of order.
I was considering doing the same thing. As soon as I heard like the backstory behind that bridge and the fact that it's stone, I just couldn't really like put any
justify the time.
I love it that all the chaotic people are just gunning. Where's the symbol of order I can just wreck?
I swear that alignment drive has like dictated entire campaigns of Dungeon World.
Definitely.
You know, Jeremy, I would totally give you a point for that because the way that you role played that was great. The way you picked that up. So it wasn't necessarily a symbol, but it was, you know, this is a bridge that's symbolic. Test of time, symbolic. Yeah, you get a point for that.
Sweet.
The gesture is what counts.
Did anybody fulfill at least one trait in a way that we could remember?
Laziness.
Yeah, that definitely counts.
Yeah.
Anybody else? You get a point for that, Yuta. Give yourself a point.
I did rush off on my own. Oh, reckless and alcoholic.
Oh yeah, well I think that's covered too.
Right.
Both reckless and alcoholic.
You get a point for that. Remember, you get one. No matter how many traits you fulfilled, you just get 1 point. So,
yeah,
you get a point.
I don't come across as moody or stubborn yet, but
yeah, not yet. No. And
I think I try to be charitable by giving out stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah,
totally.
Yeah, totally charitable, man.
and I'm looking.
You're a nice guy.
Exactly. He tries.
Thieves. Oh, what are you guys' respective areas of expertise? Yuta, what's your area of expertise in your thief playbook there? Did you choose one?
I'm sorry, I lost you for a second. Did you?
Oh, what was your? Did you choose an area of expertise for your?
Yeah, I chose a trap. Traps.
Okay, so that didn't really come into play. And Denka, what about you?
Mine is stealth, which I don't think really came into play.
Well, some running, yeah, but no stealth. Okay. And magic user, did you learn something new about magic or discover something magical?
The magical gland.
seems marginal with that gland. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems marginal. And now you can answer these following questions as a group. Did you make an exciting discovery? Exciting!
It's a bridge.
Yeah, not that exciting.
Yeah.
Did you overcome a notable enemy? Yes, you did. Everybody
I
gets
think so.
Okay. I'll take XP for that.
And did you lay your hands on some memorable booty? Yes, you did. You got a crazy gland from a giant cicada. Everybody gets a
Crazy
point.
gland that might get you some booty.
Hey, there you go.
All right, so we got XP for both.
You got a total of 2 XP for those questions. Yeah, for those group questions.
Great.
Level up. Everybody's leveling.
Yes.
Did everybody make it? Gregoire, did you make it?
Yep.
All right. So you can choose an
To my
advanced
failure.
move. Oh, right, your failure. Right. Those like massively high spellcasting rolls, and then that one failure. So you guys can choose your advanced move at your leisure, and we're going to go to default watch order. Last time I had Yuta roll, so now I'm going to have. Now I'm going to have Baltazar roll.
Okay.
So this is to keep watch here. So you're going to roll plus wisdom, yeah.
Okay.
Which is great for you, right?
Yeah. I get a 9 total.
Oh, and not doubles because it was a 9. Okay.
Not doubles.
So nothing scary happens at night.
Yes.
I'm gonna say your sleep tonight is not restful, which actually isn't really gonna hurt you because
We're not beat up.
yeah, you're not all beat up. But you're I think all the chaos
Sure.
out here in the wild. Why don't you give us a little description of either a dream you have or thoughts you have while you're on watch about what's happened so far today.
Well, I think Baltazar is worried that this totally chaotic, cat herding expedition is never going to achieve his goal of convincing anyone differently, and that he's worried that they're so disorganized we're never going to get back to civilization. So that's his concern. It's keeping him up tonight.
If you were a real cleric of law and order, you'd know that civilization came with you.
That's right. I am the sort. But you guys are doing everything in your power to break it down. So.
I mean, they're each like totally representative of the forces that are breaking. I mean, you got 2 hardened criminals and a crazy man.
Exactly. I have despair of bringing these guys into the fold.
Okay, so next morning the fog has cleared and you're looking down on this river valley. The space in between the 2 rivers is a large fir tree forest, and then you can see you can actually make out the valley of the Shattered Finger across the way there. It's kind of V shape sloping up into the distance of the mountains.
So the fog is cleared. We can actually make our way. And you said there's a woods between the 2 rivers.
Yeah, it's not it's a wooded area which you haven't really encountered so far, but you'll be passing through some sparse woodland to get to that, and
Sparse enough that we can get the wagon through.
Yeah. The even though so the ancient, you can actually see from where you are in the ridge. You can kind of make out the place where the ancient road went.
Okay.
That you've actually been following this whole time. So, barring any poor rolls, it seems like the cart may be able to navigate that. Maybe there's a wetland, maybe there's some difficult terrain, but from here it looks like it's doable. So moving forward into the 3rd day of the journey. Would you like to go cautiously, quickly, or making sure your way back to this ridge is safe?
I got to admit, I'm reckless.
I'm going to urge caution again, of course. But, we've almost lost our wagon. If we do that, we lose all of our ability to carry our supplies and use a spot to sleep. So
we lose the ability to take the loot back. So
exactly. Yeah. So keep that in mind. I appeal to your self-interest.
So I'm actually more worried about getting back than anything else.
Okay.
So, given that we know that those insect things are out here, and we're probably wherever we go, we're going to get beat up and then have to retreat.
And
I think we should try and
shut it in fog, which may be
right
on the way back as well.
All right, I'd go for
that. So if you're moving ahead while taking care to ensure the way back is safe, you choose someone to roll intelligence. I wonder who that would be.
That'd be very cool.
You actually have to lead the way.
He's not leading the way. He's
guiding us, giving us suggestions.
Yeah. As he's sort of strategizing about how to, the safest way forward, and making sure that you'll have a safe way back, like noting landmarks and the quickest route and stuff like that.
So I think what ends up happening is Gregoire, as we sort of head out for the day, kicks Yuta out of the cart and sort of stands in it commandingly, with his hand up to his eyebrows, and pointing out various potentially strategic routes and features as they roll bumpily along the riverbed and such.
And occasionally, like, falters and catches himself to stop.
Exactly.
But maintains
Okay.
his dignity. Yeah.
So
Excellent.
Yuta lands on all fours, like really, really elegantly, and shoots a very dirty look at Gregoire.
Listen to me next time.
That's,
I will remember your cruelty.
And the power of my magics.
Yeah, you better watch it, man. Those magics. Bad stuff. Okay, roll intelligence.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
And sorry, your initial roll was 5?
5 and 3.
5 and 3. Okay. Great. So it looks like you guys make it all the way across this over the whole day. You hear weird sounds in the woodland. Occasionally, you hear in the distance, you hear that. Maybe at one point, Zdenko, off to the northeast, you see one of these creatures sort of fly across the sky in the distance. Maybe that's what it was. But you actually make it through this woodland without any mishap. And at the end of the day, you're ready to camp at that second river there.
Still on this side of the second river.
Yes, you could cross, and camp on the far side. It's totally up to you. But you basically reach that river there. And according to
Go ahead.
According to Gregoire's assurances, unless like a lot of time goes by, he's pretty sure that he could get you guys back to that ridge from this point safely.
What do y'all think? Should we try and get on the other side of the river before nightfall, or should we stay on this side?
are we at a ford, or is it just a place we're going to have to try to cross?
You asked the question, Baltazar, so
Yeah.
get lucky. Roll to get lucky.
Okay. 7.
There is appears to be a shallower part of the river here where the road used to be. However, it's up in the air whether the cart could make it.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
I'm
going to argue for staying here then for the night, and then working on that in daylight tomorrow, and not risking getting soaked and then having to spend a cold, wet night.
Yes, I agree.
I don't disagree.
That's all we can hope for.
I will agree for the price of a ration.
I'm happy to provide.
Thank you.
All right, everybody chows down. How are we doing on rations? Everybody's got plenty of supply, except for the wizard?
I have 2 left.
That's not good. I have enough to get myself back if we turn around now.
You can always forage, too. You can actually
Yes.
hunt for food. So
Yeah.
But, of course, you being a child of civilization, maybe definitely having that count of food those days back to
Right.
town. Jeremy, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was going to say, you all probably, since the wagon got tipped over, my boast earlier of having only packed quail ton and pate has been revealed as false. There's like 12 more uses of rations on the cart.
Oh, good.
Oh, my God.
So
Loaded with, wow. Okay, so this third night here, this time it's going to be, Baltar, it's going to be Gregoire keeping watch, which according to watch order is sort of the middle of the night when the moon is out. It's waxing, so it's getting fuller and fuller as you've been going on this journey. So you're out there under the moon, just give me a quick, give us a quick visual of I know you're studying your spell book under the light of the moon. Is there anything else going on with you?
I think you might hear a few mutters under his breath about dryness of the rations that he was
Yes.
fed the prior night.
Not salty enough, not briny enough.
Again, lamenting the fact that he didn't bring along his pickling kit.
Do you have a spell that lets you pickle things more quickly?
Sounds like a spell you should research.
Gregoire's instantaneous pickling.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the spell generator list is full at the moment, but
Pickles could be added.
Gregoire's dilly okra.
That's right.
Okay, Gregoire, make a wisdom roll.
Let me consider for a moment here. I don't suppose books could actually influence wisdom at any point.
I'm open to the idea.
I will consider that, but not use it at this moment.
Okay.
It's a 6 and a 2.
No.
Plus 1. So
9. Okay, I'm gonna say while you're kind of pacing about the camp, looking off, you make a discovery because I have that choice. So, could everybody give me a D12 roll? And in order, starting with Gregoire.
3.
Yuta.
10.
Senko.
3.
And Baltazar.
3.
So in the middle of your so you're sort of studying and muttering under your breath, and maybe you pace over to the cart and like lean in and inhale the rich pickling aroma, just to fortify yourself. And in the distance, within this kind of lightly forested area that you're at between these two rivers, to the northeast of where you are, you see something shoot up and kind of glitter in the moonlight, like a geyser or a sudden fountain, kind of shoots up into the air. At first, you can't really tell what it is, but then there's this burst of vertical motion, and then there's this kind of glitter. It's like glitter or sort of confetti falling to the ground in the moonlight. And you're gonna guess it's probably like. Maybe it's like 200 yards off through the woods. It was somewhat in the distance. So, do you want to do anything about that? You can just ignore it, or
did it? To the extent of my knowledge, did it seem like water?
Yeah, it's kind of like it looked like a liquid, like a geyser of some kind.
Yeah.
And then in fact, there's a kind of there's a kind of vertical plume of steam that after it kind of relaxes, there's some steam kind of drifts away in the moonlight.
He sort of considers what that water might taste like, but otherwise just enjoys the sight and continues on his watching.
Okay. All right. The night passes without further incident. And the next morning, there you are at the shore of the river, which is a pretty good torrent flowing down into that. It looks like there's a big lake in the distance there. Yeah, so it seems like you can get the donkey across. You guys should be able to make it. Who has the lowest strength, actually? Is it who's got a low strength?
I've got 11.
I have 10.
I have a 12.
Tied for 10 then?
So sorry, was that Yuta and Gregoire?
Yep.
So both of you guys looking at that river you're a little I guess you're slightly more frail than your companions, and you have some, whether it's apparent to everybody else or not, there's some trepidation about crossing this flowing river. It seems like the donkeys are heavy enough to be able to guide it across, and the cart is pretty laden, but actually, what's its capacity, Jeremy? Is it full up?
It is. Well, if we have Utah on it, it's full up.
So that weight would be in its favor. The biggest issue with the cart may be that it might get stuck, and then having to struggle with it in the current could be an issue. So this is like the overall assessment you guys make. You got two members who on foot might be at risk, and the cart could potentially get stuck.
Jason, can I use sense danger to consider a situation, however briefly, spend one cunning, and force the judge to tell you if any threat is imminent and from whence it will come? Or have you already told us that?
Threat, be actual threat. Sure. Yeah. You can totally do that.
Okay. I will do so. In particular, what I'm looking for is the specific parts of the river that are gonna cause trouble. But if there's some other threat, then that too.
Oh, so that was your level up move. Yeah. So you spend a cunning. Okay.
Yep.
There is no imminent threat. It doesn't, from your assessment, it doesn't look like it's sort of early summer, so there's still the potential of flooding. The water's pretty clear, so there hasn't been any flooding lately. You sort of walk out into the water a little bit and inspect it, and you come back with the same assessment that I just gave you. The only kind of thing that's at the back of your mind is that yesterday when you saw what you thought was one of those barags flying across the horizon, so you're still a little concerned that those are out there. You're not out of their hunting ground yet, but otherwise you don't think there's any surprise waiting for you.
Okay. What if we?
Does anybody bring rope?
Yeah, we got adventuring gear at the very least.
Okay.
But if anyone has rope, what I'm thinking we could do is hitch both of the donkeys to pull in the cart, and then have both Yuta and Gregoire
ride the cart,
and that would actually add extra weight to it.
Yeah, Utah has rope.
All right.
Is that a feasible plan, Jason, or are we overlooking something about tying two donkeys to a cart?
No, I think you can totally do that. You'll have to rig them up. Right now the cart's designed to have a thing on either side of one donkey, but you could easily rig it so that they're on the outside of those poles. And if somebody's going to lead them, I would sort of guess it would be either Zdenko or Baltazar I would guess it would be Baltazar actually to forge across a river, leading the way.
That works.
Are you wearing armor?
Yeah, leather.
Leather. Okay.
Yeah.
I just run across the river, right?
Your featherlight step.
Well,
my featherlight step. Actually,
my thought was, if we have a long rope, then maybe you can run across the river with the rope and tie it off to either side, so we've got something to break against if we start to go.
Oh, sure. That makes a lot of sense.
So a lifeline that runs all the way across from shore to shore, tied to a tree.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the plan with Baltazar hauling or leading the
donkeys.
Yeah. So the question is whether it actually gets stuck. So Baltazar, get lucky.
All right. Baltazar gets a 9 for getting lucky.
Yeah. Okay. So, one of the wheels. You thought as you're pulling across, you're actually looking for the best way, and you keep looking back and tugging the donkeys this way and that way to orient them. But one of the donkeys gets a little out of line, and one of the wheels slips down like a foot into a deeper part of the river. So the cart's at a tilt, and the water starts rushing up. It's not quite coming over the top of the thing, but it starts rushing up across the the side of the thing. So Gregoire and Yuta in the back, you guys are not wet yet, but all of a sudden you're at an angle. Everything has been, you prepared for this by tying everything down. So now the cart's at an angle. It seems to be stuck with one wheel wedged deeper in the water.
So I'd like to invoke Adon's blessings on us, if we can.
Sure.
I think this falls within. I think we've had a very orderly plan to get across here. I think it falls within his domain of maintaining order.
Yes.
So I would like to roll to get him to have him help us get across here.
Okay.
Did you randomly roll that your god's aspect was order?
No, I went with the sort of lawfulness.
Gotcha.
Since that was I rolled for that. But yeah.
Awesome. I'm going to say that's not such a terrible thing. That's hubris 1.
Okay.
To
Great.
ask that of your god. So you're going to roll 2d6 minus 1 to make that request of your god.
I've got the +1 for my holy symbol, which I have on me.
Sweet. Oh,
Which
by
is
the way, yeah.
It is a hammer necklace he's wearing, but he also has a hammer on his shield and an actual literal hammer. So he's pretty covered on the hammers.
It's hammer time.
Exactly. So he's got that going. So it's just a straight up roll of no modifiers, right?
No modifiers, that's right.
Counter, okay. Let's see if Adon feels friendly today. Not so much. Now I can spend favor for this. Is that true?
Let me see here. Pray, sacrifice. When you make any move that falls within the domain of your deity, you may spend favor before you roll the dice.
Before your list, okay.
But yeah, but we can let's start this from scratch. Let's erase that roll.
Okay.
Because how much favor do you have right now?
I have 4 currently.
Yeah. So you can go ahead and say let's just back it up because you didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
let's that gives you actually +1 to this roll. Straight up.
Okay, great. Then that will bring us, unfortunately, not enough to do. So that brings us right to a 6. So.
No.
Luck.
Oh yes, I could burn luck on that as well, which I will. Good call.
I would like
So
to
that
point out
brings
that
us-
I have gotten you to burn your luck twice.
Twice you have, very chaotic.
Oh.
We have that brings us to a 7, thankfully.
And when you leveled up, you regained a point of luck. Did you do that?
Yeah, I did that already.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
So I've done it. Actually, did it for hit points in character generation. Then I did it as level 2. Then did it again at level.
Oh, sweet.
We get more hit points.
How many hit points do you have? No, not at level 3. You don't get more hit points.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
It's even. Sorry, dudes. But I hope you guys rolled your level 2 hit points, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gregor, I gotta ask.
5. I got a 1 on the first roll and the 4 on the second.
All
All
right.
right.
Wait, did you
Wait,
say
is
you got
that-
a 4 on the second or a 1 on the second?
1 on the
4.
first, 4 on the second,
Yeah,
Oh.
but with your con modifier.
which is 0.
Oh, which is 0. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was.
Oh no, it's not.
Yeah, is it like -3?
Yep. So I'm actually at 4. No.
I think you have 2 hit points at this point.
No, my
Yeah.
con is 6, so the mod is 1, -1.
It's -1. So, yeah.
Okay, got it. Right.
But yes, good point.
All right. So
Yeah, you were like every time you leveled up on an even number, you would just get 1 hit point in my head. That was like, I'm
Yeah.
glad that's not the case. Okay, so your request is granted, but your deity demands proof of devotion.
sure. What form will that take?
You're really kind of suffering the underneath with your companions here.
Sure.
Okay, so he's gonna say what the message you get from your god is that you have to redeem yourself. For so far, you have not been a very good job of you need to actually proselytize.
Sure.
You had a little story about a bridge, which is great.
But it's not enough. For
But
us, clearly.
you're feeling like you really need to somehow bring Adam's presence here to Earth for these non-believers to really witness it. And as far as they can tell, you just hauled and directed the donkeys and you got this cart out of the water. They're not really sure that Adam's responsible for that. So you're not going to be able to invoke again until you complete a trial of my choosing. In this case, it is to convince one of your companions that they don't have to become a believer, but you have to convince one of them that it's sensible to be a follower of Adam.
Excellent. Okay.
That there's good reason to abide by law.
All right. Well, I think that'll be doable once they start getting hurt and I have to take care of them. There's good reason to follow
With your
this.
amazing magic, that won't help us.
Well, you don't know that.
Yeah, actually, that's a pretty good, compelling argument.
All right, so the last leg of this journey is to make it up into the Valley of the Shattered Hand. You've got the cart. You made it across. You whisper that. I don't know. Do you shout that prayer out loud, or do you?
I think I'll keep it low. Yeah.
Keep it low, and then the wagon pops up out of the hole. And the remainder of its passage is a perfectly straight movement through the rest of that. Comes up on shore. I assume Zdenko runs back and unties the rope.
Is the actual manifestation of this magic that the rocks under the wheel sort themselves into a straight line? So,
yes, definitely.
I was wondering the same thing. Is it apparent for us that there's some kind of magic happening, like holy magic?
Well, he sort of says it under his breath. There's a pause, right? This thing happens, and everybody's like, "Oh God, what are we gonna do?" And then what you guys see is Baltazar sort of. I don't know. Do you look up or do you look down? When you're sort of praying to you?
I'll look down.
Looks down for a moment, and then he grabs those leads on the donkeys and stands back and just steps backwards with a very confident move, and the wagon pops up and just follows him to shore. It's like he did it all himself, as far as you could tell. Is that fair, Baltazar?
Perfectly fair, yeah. That's
Any embellishment there? Okay.
I give you a big old slap on the shoulder when you get him, bringing him across, and good dwarf.
Yeah. You haven't seen him give any evidence of being strong enough to have pulled that off himself yet, though. So.
Oh, I don't care.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I think Yuta caresses Baltazar's shoulder and says, "I really hate getting wet, so thank you for this."
She's full on cat.
Yes, 100% cat.
All right, so this last leg, is it going to be making sure the way back here is safe if you need to run away from terrible danger? Or cautious or quick?
I don't see any need for speed.
Yeah, I'll vote cautious again.
Hey, Jason?
Yeah.
So the thief move, the tricks of the trade thief move,
yeah.
When you take the time to brood in silence and plot your next move.
Yeah.
Can that just be quietly off on his own while we're traveling?
Yep.
Or okay.
Yeah, just give us a little color to let us know what you're doing.
All right. I will as we move out, I intend to do that, but don't let me get in the way.
Okay. So sounds like cautiously, unless anybody has any objections.
Well, it does sound like this is the valley that may be infested with vermin, so it might be wise to keep an eye out.
We got vermin and potentially some kind of nature spirit, right?
Yes.
Those are two different potential things here. The vermin may have been these insects, but who knows? Mm-hmm. So Baltazar, let's wisdom.
Sure, I'll lead the way. That's a 12.
And was it 2 6s or?
It was a 6 and 5 and +1 for wisdom.
Okay. All right. So nicely done. You guys make your way through some more thinly wooded area. You start to climb a hill, and it's a little rough going with the cart, but you with a little maneuvering and some feedback from the wizard, you figure out how to get the cart up this slope. And then you reach, let's see, about mid-afternoon. You reach, you're sort of topping a rise, and then you look down into a a bowl that you're standing at sort of one narrow end of this depression that goes down and then slopes way up into the mountains ahead of you, like high up overhead against a kind of crystalline blue sky. And all along the where this valley, so there's some kind of silver trickle down the middle of this valley. Okay, so there's some kind of water source either up in the snowfield or some kind of spring on the far slope that you can see reflecting the sunlight as it kind of trickles down the center of this valley. And then so there are the sort of sloping sides as they rise up towards the peaks. Starting further away from where you see the ruins of ancient stone kind of cliff dwellings that rise up in kind of a terraced way. And the only reason at first it just looks like a kind of, a green, lush valley. But then you pick out these kind of regular geometric, rectangular shapes that show that there's structures which are mostly overgrown. And then there are these places where the exposed rock up here, where the weather has kind of stripped it away, is kind of pale white color. And there are places where there's patches where that same shade of white shows through the green. So there are these stone cliff dwellings, the ruins of these stone cliff dwellings kind of covering the inside of this valley on the far side, stretching up towards the peaks. And Baltazar immediately recognizes that it's the same stone that was used to build that bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And were we expecting any of this this magical obsidian to be just sort of like sitting around, or is that more a sort of underground?
It does appear on the surface. Sometimes you'll find, like, according to the rumors and what you've read or heard, there are often kind of these sharp edges of it sticking up out of the ground, like that'll run in a regular line, and then when they come out to mine it, they sort of dig around that and pull up these kind of sheets of it. So from where you are now, yes.
Can I just interrupt? So, like, on our way up here, as we were traveling ahead, since when Baltazar was sort of in the lead, kind of scouting ahead, Zdenka just sort of like held back behind everybody else, flipped the hood up, and then just sort of like quietly darted from rock to rock and tree to tree behind everyone, just making sure with his bow out that nobody was following us, and a scowl on his face the entire time.
Nice. You may have your point of cunning.
Thank you. I would like to spend it immediately.
To do what?
To consider the situation again.
Oh yeah, nice.
And, see what we got.
So to answer that question, the first thing I was going to do was have Gregoire roll luck, because he was asking about this obsidian stuff. So Gregoire, go ahead and do that.
Okay. 4 and a 2. It's a failure. 6.
XP for you.
That's true.
Yeah, there's
You
no
get some luck.
not on luck, not on a get lucky roll.
Oh, it is a luck check, right? Sorry.
So there's no, so Gregoire in particular, like, you're atop this rise and you're just like, yeah, obsidian, Valley of Obsidian, magical obsidian, and you're like scrutinizing the landscape. You're like, crazy ancient ruins, who cares? Where's this magical obsidian? There's no sign of it that you can see. There may be some here, but there's no apparent sign of it from your vantage point right now. And to answer your questions, Zdenko, everybody gets to the top of that rise. You have not yet turned to look, you've not reached that to look down on this valley. You're still kind of like scanning the slopes behind you as the kind of late afternoon light is slanting across the landscape. And you're like, everything seems fine. And then you get to the top of the rise and you turn, you look down in the valley. And you're kind of assessing that as well. You don't sense any imminent threat in that direction. But then you turn around again and look back out over the broader open landscape, and you see 2 of those giant Honda hatchback bugs you sort of catch them right as they're kind of descending behind. Like you guys passed a ravine on the way up this hillside, and they sort of descend out of sight behind this into this ravine.
So they're likely to, they seem like they were following us.
Yeah, it's not like they ducked out of sight because they noticed you were looking at them, but they were headed in your direction.
Okay. I will cautiously back up to the others and like in particular, like smack Gregoire on the back while he's like searching around for like poking around at the ground. Just be eyes up. We got more of those bugs behind us.
So we've established that these ruins are the ruins of these service dwarves, right?
Yeah.
It's the same people that built the bridge. So do you think I'd have some insight into their burial practices? I want to figure out where they would put the tomb of their hero.
Yeah. Why don't you establish for that?
Okay.
Or you could just explain to me how you how it is that you know about this different kind of dwarf from you.
I think I'm going to go with this. I don't think I would particularly know, but I'm not the brightest dwarf cleric around, so we'll see.
So before you roll the dice, give me your best guess as to where these guys would put it to.
Well, it's the opposite of us, I would think. We go deep, so I think they're going to go high. So I suspect it's somewhere up in a cave above the ruins, but
Okay.
we'll see.
Great.
This is int.
Yes.
Okay. It's a grand total of 7 after I spend luck again.
Yeah, so as you're standing there looking, and Gregoire says, Gregoire notices at the very top, at the far end of this, where this valley kind of comes to a narrower point before it meets the ridges of the two arms of the mountain coming down around it. Yeah, so this valley feels like it's like, it's cradled in two arms of the mountain is one way to look at this. Gregoire notices a glint right at the kind of peak of the valley up there. And you both notice it at the same time. He just notices it because he's looking everywhere for obsidian. And you notice it too. And that seems to indicate to you that there is something of interest up there. Yeah. Right, where you would expect them to build a tomb.
Right, so I'll turn to the thieves and tell them I think that's where we're headed up there.
All right, so here we are, late day.
I'm not sure I appreciate that insinuation.
Of thieves?
Yeah.
Right. The elves, sorry. I thought it was synonymous.
Look, we don't all know each other.
All right.
So it seems like your choices could be to kind of try to take up if you're worried about these bugs, a defensive camp somewhere, or push on to the top, or some other option.
I'd rather get underground.
Can I spy? No. So there's cliff dwellings, right?
Yes.
Can we spy any close enough to the ground that we could park the donkey and the cart in, so that they would be out, like when we went exploring, they wouldn't be out in the open for a, say Volkswagen-sized bug to.
Yeah, right. Get lucky for that, just to see if you can even get the cart down this hillside.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fair enough. And my luck modifier is
+1, I think, right?
It is +1. So I got an 8.
Yeah, so the trade-off is the donkeys can make it, but the cart can't.
That seems reasonable.
Fair, yeah.
The bugs won't eat the cart, I guess.
Yeah.
So you have to. You guys could personally carry all the stuff and just leave the cart. I mean, if you have enough. I mean, even if you go over capacity, you can still carry it. You'd just be at -1 to rolls, right?
Yeah.
So you could.
Yeah, and we could. Yeah, let's haul. Well, and we can also pack a bunch of it onto the donkeys, right? We have rope.
Yes.
So, yeah, let's just move all this stuff off of the donkeys. And sorry, you're gonna have to walk this time. It's not far.
It's
not far.
And is there any sense with these cliff dwellings whether they have any defensive properties? Like, are they constructed mostly? Is this more like a village, or is it might it have sort of like a fort kind of?
That's such a great question. Roll perceive, which is wisdom, not intelligence, alas.
8, 9.
So your
And I'll
question
burn a luck.
is, what's that?
I'll burn a luck for it.
Oh, okay. Then you get to ask 2 questions about this settlement, this ancient settlement. You don't have to ask them now. You can ask them at any time you're in this place. So you could you have 2 hold basically. You could spend a hold now to ask the defensive question.
Sure. So yeah, along with being able to get the donkeys to it, where is the best place for us to sort of fend off the insects if they get to us?
Okay, great. So you're going to. So the first thing you realize is what you're actually standing on is an ancient wall that was much higher at one point, and it just crumbled and collapsed, and now it's just like a like a berm of stone that's been overgrown. So that's you're sort of taking in all your surroundings, looking for any clues of any kind, and the first thing you realize is that this thing you're standing on was a defensive structure at one point, and it's been collapsed and overgrown, and so that it's the downward, that's the downslope towards the larger valley below. So this was clearly some kind of defensive fortification, and then most of the cliff dwellings are roofless and falling apart, but about midway up the valley on the let's see, at this point in the day, the sun. So the whole valley now is like basically in shadow, but where that slice of shadow comes down the right-hand arm of the mountain, there's a point where there's a larger kind of 3-tiered rectangular structure that looks largely intact, and that looks like your best bet. Maybe not specifically a fortification, but the most intact structure that you can see.
Okay, yeah, so he sort of points that out and mentions that it might be the best place to fend off the insects if they get close.
Does that also seem like the best place to stash the donkeys?
It seems like you could. So here's the deal. To get there before nightfall would be you'd have to move fast. If you move cautiously, night will fall, and it'll be dark by the time you get there. That's with the whole party. You could stash the donkeys at a more nearby place that doesn't look as well fortified, but maybe they could be a little hidden, but not necessarily 100% safe from any predators.
I think we should try and move fast.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you move fast, the person with the lowest dex.
That should be me again.
Yes, sir.
Can we aid on this at all?
Yes. Help or hinder. Say what ability you use and how you're trying to help him.
Basically, I'm going to use it by like rushing ahead of everyone and finding the best spot. Like the
best way to the quickest route. Okay,
yeah,
great.
Exactly. Like I'm running ahead, finding like the problematic route, the easiest way to move the donkeys, all that stuff.
Bushwhacking.
And then running back and guiding everyone.
So would you say that that's intelligence or wisdom to find that spot?
I would prefer intelligence.
All right then.
I was going for Dex, but I'll take I'll take
I
it.
think, yeah, well,
I think intelligence.
I guess natural instinct could apply, right? Like you're an elf and you have a light bed and you're used to nature. So I could, you could go for
No,
that.
I was thinking more of just like I'm using speed, right? The fact that I can just
if he's able
run,
to scout it very quickly, then he can assemble.
right, and I don't have to worry about tripping and falling because I'm an elf.
Okay, great. Yeah, totally. Go for it. Dex.
All right. Oh crap. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can burn luck for 6, but that won't help.
Can I help with the help? Is that possible?
No.
Yeah, and this would not fall under tricks of the trade for stealth. So
Correct.
nope. I roll a miss, sir.
You get an XP.
Oh yay!
So you're running ahead. Everybody's starting to move up. You've left the wagon behind, right? And so you've gone down off of the this rise that you were on. You've gone down. You're making your way through this rocky, overgrown landscape. And who's picking up the rear?
I think Utah does because she's naturally slow. Dragging the stuff and complaining.
And Gregoire is sort of back there with you too, because he's the one that has to make the dex roll. So you guys are both kind of bringing up the rear, and Yuta like looks over her shoulder. Yeah, Jeremy, what were we gonna say?
I just wanted to establish from a fiction, like Yuta, you're not dragging anything more than your gear, right? Because we put everything on the donkeys.
Yeah,
is that correct?
That's correct.
She's dragging her tired ass up that mountain.
All right. I'm just making sure that was, that we weren't like picturing Utah dragging like the entire average.
It's sort of twilightish, and Yuta looks back and she sees silently there's that ridge, and you see the cart still parked up there, and one of these shapes like just lands on the cart. One of the giant bugs, just silently. You're the only person that notices it. Just silently lands on the cart. And now, Gregoire, you got to make your dex roll to see if you guys can do this quickly.
Nope. That is a 5.
Oh,
did you roll doubles?
Nope.
Was that a nope or a yep?
No.
Okay, sorry.
1.
Maybe Yuta picks up the pace a little bit.
I mean, Yuta could help, and Gregoire could burn a luck point.
Not on a 5.
Yeah, a 5 would just bump it to a 6.
But if he helped, that would bump it to a 7.
Because I'm next to him, and I'm pretty dexterous.
Yeah, the way I run it is only one person has to help, and Zenko already did that.
Attempted it, yeah.
You mean failed at that?
Failed at that, right? Otherwise, it's just like too many rolls to get something.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so you guys have made it like halfway. Gregor is like having a hard time, and you are helping him. Like you guys are, you are helping him out. You're definitely more agile than him, and he's, his robe gets caught on a bramble, and you keep on looking back to the cart, and you guys are about halfway up. You're now fully in shadow. The light's just sort of hitting the edge of the mountains now, and the thing launches itself into the air and starts flying at you across the valley.
So I shout to Gregoire, "Look out! The Baraik is coming."
So everybody hears that.
Mm-hmm.
I probably don't. I'm probably still like separate from the group.
Yeah, at this point, you've actually reached the spot.
Oh, okay.
You've gotten you turn to look back, and you see the bug sort of flying across the valley, and behind it, from your vantage point, you see a second bug rise up over that ridge again. So one's on its way, and one's kind of hovering back there.
So, Gregoire would like to establish something.
Yeah. Go for it.
So I think I know a little bit more, or I've read somewhere in my grimoires about the gland stones of these rock hoppers and their properties. Because among other things, I think any rock hopper will avoid anything that smells like this gland.
Ooh. Because they'll know one of their own was killed or something, right?
Or marked territory or something.
Oh yeah, okay.
Indeed.
Ooh. All right, let's well, I guess you're going to see if that's true when you try it.
Exactly. So he takes this thing out of his pouch.
Yeah.
And like starts rubbing it all over himself.
Okay.
and then tosses it to Yuta.
And
Isn't this also an aphrodisiac?
I just want to make that clear. Yeah.
Supposedly.
So, do I feel attracted to?
Well, but at this point, he feels more attracted to you than him, I think. Right?
Because he's covered in, he's absorbed. Yeah. Well, although the smell might have something to do too. We'll get to that when the roll happens. The roll is actually going to determine both of those properties,
exactly.
whether it's
But in
marking
any case,
territory.
Yuta takes the gland and runs with a feather-light step.
Like just runs up after everybody else.
Exactly.
Okay.
Away from the creatures and from Gregoire.
Well, I'm running the other way. I'm
So you
running
pass
towards the
Baltazar.
creatures. Yes.
Oh.
Hammer out. I
Yes.
forget. You have a shield too, right?
I have a shield and a hammer, yes. So I'm
So
heading straight down
Baltazar's-
to interpose myself between Gregoire and the creatures.
Yes, charging down that hill. Just like the Kate Bush song. And the bug actually descends right towards Gregoire. And at this point, Gregoire, you're going to roll to establish.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Oh, definitely true.
It is both an aphrodisiac and a territory marker.
Oh dear.
So the thing sort of goes down towards you, and then Baltazar, you see this best of all because you're charging down that hill, and then it sort of it only gets like within 20 feet of you, and then it veers as if you have like a sphere of a repellent sphere around you, and then it sort of veers to one side around you, and then just kind of circles you. So it's not getting any closer, but it's just kind of like circling you. If situation were different and you weren't worried about getting killed, you'd be pretty horny right now.
Or both.
Or both. -1 to dexterity checks. Sorry. We're done with that.
So you're way up the hill, and all right. So this is Baltazar and Gregoire here, right at the. Baltazar, what do you do?
Well, I wanted to, interpose myself between the creature and Gregoire, give him a chance to get out of there. So I'm trying to inspire my companions by standing up for my god, and I'll call out that in the name of Adon, we will purify the world from your filth, creatures.
So you think it's your god's power that's keeping these things at bay?
Oh, I definitely do. Yeah, it clearly is. I mean, there's nothing else that can be.
Gregoire, is it like for a person, for a non barag, is it a good smell or a bad smell? What does it smell like?
I'm gonna have to say it's just very like musky. So it's kind of in between, and sort of depends on your taste, I guess.
Okay, got it. So the dwarf arrives and is ready to escort you up the mountain or stand and fight, I guess, depending on what you're going to do. So what do you do, wizard?
If he's shouting in the name of Adon that he himself or by the power of Adon is repelling these things, as I pass him, I just sort of pat him on the head and say, "That's cute."
There you go.
And then you make your way up the mountainside there.
Yeah, not sort of just sort of semi-leisurely, or at least carefully.
Oh, so you're just not worried anymore.
Without this, yeah.
He's
Wait,
confident.
are you leaving the dwarf behind?
Of course.
Well, I'm assuming he's following.
No, I'm trying to be inspiring. That's my new ability I'm using.
Oh,
So I have to make a charisma roll, and if successful, I inspire the companions against this threat. Not that it's much of a threat right now, but
yeah, awesome.
all right, let's give that a shot. I get a 7.
So they get +1 forward against this threat. You guys can interpret that however you want.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
seeing that bald-headed dwarf.
That's right, standing up to those things.
and he's just the right. Maybe it's just that he's just the right proportion for these ruins.
That's right.
Maybe that has something to do with it.
If
And
Yuta
now,
has reached Zdenko, I say to him, you have to admit, this guy has balls.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some misplaced confidence, maybe, but yeah.
I actually kind of like him. And then I hand her the flask.
She takes a swig.
nice. Of that elven.
Oh, no,
brew.
this is rot gut spirit. It's
Okay.
We ran out of the good stuff a long time ago.
Okay, so what's going to determine what this bug's behavior is that they are clearly avoiding Gregoire. But before Gregoire reaches you, you guys are not protected by the musk sphere. But the question is, amongst the entire party, who currently has the lowest luck? I know it's not Zdenko. So between Yuta, Gregoire, and Baltazar, who's got the lowest luck?
I'm at 7.
I'm at 9.
So 7 is it, and you're actually within the sphere of protection. So the bug is going to turn away,
Hooray!
and sort of flies back towards its partner, who's now perched on the cart there. And it's pitch dark by the time you reach the ruins. With the you guys, I guess when Baltazar charged down the hill and Zdenko charged up the hill, those donkeys were sort of left alone in the middle of the hill. Oh.
Sorry, Doctor.
Oh, no. God damn it.
Well, Gregoire would clearly escort the donkeys if he caught up with them.
Yeah, I guess the question is, I mean, I think that thing's definitely going to go for the donkeys, so I'm going to retract that. Gregoire rolled Dex to get to the donkeys in time.
Okay. No calls for help this time? That's a
You're on
3.
your own.
I will
a 3?
cover him if I see this happening.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
no amount of help will get me out of this. Yeah, it's a 3.
So it's not coming for you, it's going for the donkeys. You get XP for that, and you're sort of dashing up the hill, and Baltazar is either helping you or offering encouragement or just looking back, looking tough.
Yeah, I'm kind of backing up the hill, trying to keep an eye on the creatures.
So it buzzes, it sort of circled for a while, and then it started to drift back down, and then either it somehow it noticed the donkeys, and then it swoops overhead. And so in my mind's eye of this, Yuta and Zdenko are further up at the ruin, right, looking down on this scene.
Drinking.
The drinking, and the thing descends and attacks one of the donkeys.
Which donkey?
Did you happen to? You didn't specifically distribute, did you?
No.
Stuff, whichever stuff. Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna roll. Let's see. Actually, it just lands on one of the donkeys, takes it down to the ground. The other donkey runs uphill towards you guys.
Mm-hmm.
So this giant cicada is now appears to be killing the one donkey that it got. And this is when, and apparently in its violent attitude, it's not affected by the musk.
Mm-hmm.
Because when Gregoire comes into range, it doesn't leave. It's just sort of on top of the donkey, and the donkey's going, making horrible noises, and the thing is kind of it's all legs and wings flicking around. What do you guys do?
I'm going to charge up there and try to whack the creature.
Okay.
Is there enough light and a range to actually spit out some spirits and then draw a bow and take a shot?
I think in this, yeah, and because of the darkness, the risk is if you get a 6 or less, you'll hit one of your buddies.
Yeah, I won't get a 6 or less.
That's
That's what we look here.
Baltazar, I think you get there first.
Okay.
The thing's thrashing around, not even paying attention to you, so you can just run up to it and smack it without just deal your damage.
Okay. That's 4 points
Okay.
of hammering.
So then it notices you because you whack it, and then it sort of lets go of the donkey, and you see that the donkey's got numerous large gashes on its side, and it turns towards you, and then Zdenko takes his shot.
Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I will choose. Where's shoot? I'll mark off an ammo.
Okay.
So I'll actually start. I'll send a few shots down.
Okay.
5 damage.
Okay. So it's a little. So it turns around to face the dwarf. It gets peppered by some of these arrows, and Gregoire is bringing up the rear there. So it's gonna basically go at Baltazar.
Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to fend it off with my shield and look for an opening to hit it with a hammer again.
Okay. Awesome.
Going for an eye, maybe.
All right. So,
which one? It has 4.
It has 4. Exactly. There's plenty to choose from.
Yeah. Roll fight.
Okay. That is a 9.
Okay. So you guys are gonna hit each other.
Can I help with shooting, like a stone? Would that help?
I don't think that would. I mean, you can make a separate shot, but I don't think it would help him make his attack on this thing.
Yeah, I thought that maybe the creature is, I don't know, distracted by being hit with a stone.
It just got hit by several arrows from Zdenko, and
Okay. That makes
attention
sense.
is still on the guy that just pounded it in the back.
Oh, hey, John, you got a 9?
Yeah.
Spend luck.
I thought about it. I think I'm going to go ahead and pass on that and see. I'm going to risk the bite.
All right. So what did you deal to it?
Let's see. 4 points. That's all I seem to be able to roll for damage. So.
And then you're going to roll 1d10 for its damage to you.
Okay. That's a good bit of damage.
How many hit points do you have?
Well, it's only 2 points of damage, and I have leather armor and a shield.
Woo! So it's like,
Nice.
all 8 of those legs are like hammering at you and scraping and scrapping, and it's exactly like you said. You hold up your shield, you deflect it here, you deflect it there, and then you push the legs aside, and you whack right in the side of the head, and it spins around. Ooh. And it actually picks up, hesitates for a moment, and then flies away.
Ah, excellent.
Especially because it also got a whiff.
Yeah. Gregoire's coming up. Wait a minute, what's that?
So you guys finish the trip up to the...
Is the donkey salvageable or no?
Get lucky.
Let's see. No.
Yeah, that donkey is dead.
No.
Which one is it? Is it Zdenko's or Yuka's?
I'm going to say at this point, so Baltazar's fur is wearing that donkey.
Mm.
And Gregoire's food, yeah, so it's going to be some of Yuta's stuff, whatever Yuta's extra stuff was. It's Baltazar's and Yuta's stuff. On that one.
I'm not worried about the fur for the moment. We'll just abandon it where it is for now and pick it up later if we get out of here.
Okay.
Wait,
And
Yuta, did you actually have stuff on the donkey? I thought that you carried all of yours.
Yeah, that's true. I carried my stuff. But
Well,
what was on
it could be the rest of my stuff. I have other things that were on the wagon, so
Yeah, and I think you'll be able to carry it, right? It's not like...
I'm just going to leave whatever I wasn't. I had geared myself up to not be overloaded, so I'm just going to leave whatever else is there. Take my hat on me.
Okay.
Okay.
So you make it up there, and you guys spend the night. You can eat your food.
Is it like is it like a cave opening or something we're at, or where?
No, it's the interior of a half-ruined structure that still has a roof on it. There's still some interior walls. It's like rubble, overgrown, but it's like a perfect little defensible position with only one entrance that you guys can.
Great.
Actually, there's one entrance, and then there's like a little there's a break in the rear wall that if you needed to, you could escape out that way.
Great. Does Gregor need more food?
Yes, please.
You're covered.
So the other donkey is the one that had all my food on it then.
And that is
What you
with
got
you.
here? Yeah.
Excellent.
And we're gonna skip just in the interest of getting to the final thing. We're gonna skip making the roll for the night there. And nobody suffered any damage, right? So, all right. So everybody wakes up a little damp with dew. And it's morning, so when you look out of the ruin, from this position, you can't actually see that spot that was glinting. You have to climb all the way up through the ruins to the very topmost part of the valley there.
Oh, hey, Jason, can I have brooded in the night?
Sure, put up
Over a campfire.
with your yes.
All right.
In your elfy way, fingering your scars, your broken nose.
Before they wake up, I'll do my communing with my deity by trying to repair some of my stuff that's been messed up, clean it up, and get it organized.
Nice. Okay, great.
Sorry, if somebody wants. If we end up going underground, if somebody wants to carry my lantern, I've got a lantern and oil and all that stuff. So, but my hands be full.
It might make sense for me to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does he have to go back to the? Oh, you had the
I had
lantern
it on me. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was any of your healing stuff back on the dead donkey?
No, I kept that on me too. It's some bandages and one use of herbs. So that's it.
Okay.
I've also got one poultice and herbs.
I got some bandages with me too. All right. So you said, Jason, the tomb was like basically at the top of this bowl.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a bowl. It's getting narrow at each end. Going uphill, sort of held by the arms of the mountain. At the very topmost narrow part is the place where the dwarf and the wizard saw this glint.
So,
Can we spot it when they point it out?
From where you are now, you can't because you're closer to the slope. You have to be far away, looking at it. You know where to go because it all kind of the valley basically kind of points there, but you can't see it.
Okay. Well, either there's some way to get up there from the inside, or we find a way to climb the edge of the cliff, like the edge of the bowl.
I mean, Yuta picked as her advancement scale shear surfaces.
Nice.
Maybe that comes in.
Mm-hmm.
You are a spider.
You can take your rope up.
I know. I thought that Yuta might sit at the campfire with her spidery fingers and
Shadow puppets with those fingers.
So, can I perceive, ways to climb up there?
Yeah, I mean, just from, you don't have to roll, just looking at it in the morning light. The ruins make sort of like these tiered steps up the side. But there is a point near the top where it becomes sort of a sheer rock face. So it seems like getting up through the ruins would be physically trying, especially for anybody that has a low constitution or low strength. But you, with your climbing skills, are pretty confident that once you got up there, you could make it to the top of that cliff, no problem. And it's not, the cliff is probably maybe 60 feet by your estimation. So you could, you have enough rope to help up your buddies if you wanted to do that.
Perfectly. So I wrap the rope around me and inform my comrades, obviously, and would climb the surface.
So you guys are all together, going to have to climb up to the cliff, the bottom of the cliff, leaving the donkeys behind, because at this point the terrain is actually too difficult. You actually need to be going through ruined buildings and climbing up walls yourselves to get there. So to get to the cliff, whoever has the lowest constitution, which I'm thinking is Gregoire, right?
Mm-hmm.
6.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, Gregoire, you're going to make a Constitution saving throw.
Can we help?
Yes. How do you do so?
I think that I would help. Either I would help, or maybe Yuta would help by like regularly running up and dropping rope behind us, and like pulling them up parts that would be
actually pulling. Okay, awesome.
Yeah, like actually helping to pull and and just making sure that he has a better thing to grab onto, so he's not slipping and falling all the time.
Have we more than one rope? Do we have more than? We just have the one rope. So I think Yuta would help.
Actually, yeah, we've got the one. Yeah, so why don't you do that? I just realized that I am going to. I think I'm going to leave something behind. Okay. I am going to leave my rations behind. Like, so you guys, before we head out on this, you see Zdenko like actually go into his backpack, empty out a bunch more rations, and put those with the donkeys, and then he starts like grabbing a bunch of miscellaneous gear from the donkeys and hauling that stuff up.
Do you have like a big rucksack? You got like a big backpack on, or how do you?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just changing up what was in the gear, bringing adventuring gear instead of rations.
Okay.
Does your adventuring gear involve any spikes
It can.
that we could hammer in as we go and make steps to get up the cliff?
He's got some chapstick in there.
That's right.
Yeah. Actually, Jason, should we like if we want to be able to come down here and have it be safe? Should this be the whatever it is, the travel move?
We're not. This is not going to be venturing forth. This is going to be. Yeah, we're just going to skip that for this. It would. I mean, normally I think I would ask for that, but instead, what I'm going to have you do is, Gregoire's going to have to make a saving throw with Constitution just to like see if it takes any toll on him.
Mm-hmm.
And Youth is helping with the rope. So, and then that's going to be. And I think combined with the climb sheer surfaces, you're going to be able to get to the top of that cliff.
Okay.
After, so Yuta, why don't you roll? And it's going to be a strength roll because you're basically hauling up this pansy wizard.
It's a 7.
Okay, so +1 there, Gregoire.
Okay. And I don't suppose, I actually have one question from my perceive earlier about the nature of this valley, and I don't suppose I could get an extra point of help on this, knowing sort of the layout of this, of the ruins on the way up to that point.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, no, I'll totally buy that. That's a great idea.
Okay.
So you're spending your second hold to figure out the kind of easiest route up through these ruins.
Yep, so that'll be a +1 overall.
Great.
And it's still a failure. 3 to 1.
By like a lot.
Yep, 3 to 1.
3 and a 1.
That's
You get XP for that?
I don't suppose spending a point of adventuring gear to produce like spikes or something would help.
No, not
perhaps.
not at this point. But you might need to make a crutch. Because Gregoire, you certainly figured out very quickly how these dwarves organize their structures, and just by looking at it in the morning light, you figured out some quick routes up there. But at one point, you step on what you think is a solid surface, and your leg goes through into a room underneath, and you fall, and some stones falling around you. One of them lands right on your knee. Oof. So you don't lose any strength or con, but you now have an injured right leg, which means you have to limp around and you're not very fast.
Is Yuta exposed to the same danger because of the 7?
No. How did I write the...
I think that was...
Oh, yeah, you're right. Expose yourself to danger. Yeah.
Something is happening at least.
Yes. You get to make a dex saving throw to avoid this collapse.
Oh, and it's an 11.
Light as a feather. You gingerly leap to the side, leaving the wizard to fall to his leg-injuring fate.
Like an elf.
And then, helpfully, you haul him out with some rope.
But not without...
Scream echoing from this chamber.
Yeah, but Jutta reminds Gregoire of his cruelty earlier. This is what happens.
Wait, what was his cruelty earlier?
Kicked her off the wagon.
Oh, right.
Yes.
It's kind of a
Uncalled for.
Yeah, he did not land on all fours, I don't think, when he fell in there. So now, with some assistance now, you got to actually, if this guy's going to make it up the mountain, somebody's got to actually put an arm around him and help haul him up there.
Ugh, who's the strongest of us?
Not me. You are.
I might
I
be,
think you are.
actually. Strength 12?
Yep.
Yeah.
Are you gonna deign to help Gregoire up there?
Well, let's see here. Is a rope and tackle actually like something that
That will not
tackle?
help you. So you'd have to physically help him up to the face of the cliff, and then that will help you haul him up the cliff pretty easily.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. I guess I'll haul him up. I will use one adventuring gear to produce a crutch, as you suggested.
Okay, great.
And unless we just can find a stick laying around.
I mean, I think that you could probably find. I think there's enough material around where you could fabricate a crutch for sure. It would be sort of a makeshift thing, but you could do that.
Would that be rolling to get lucky?
No, I'm gonna, in my mental image of what this landscape is like, I think that there's enough stuff for you to pull that together.
All right.
To save your adventuring gear.
Okay.
Yeah,
and I will roll plus strength to have him, like to help him up. Is that a saving throw?
It's a saving throw, yep. And if you fail, you're going to take some strength damage just from exhaustion.
Yeah, that makes sense. I did not fail. I got an 11.
Okay, awesome. Gregoire is hauled up to the foot of this cliff. At this point, Jutta has basically scaled to the top, and probably hooked up that rope and that block and tackle with the rope. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
sure.
All
right,
so Jutta, when you get up there, you haul yourself up. So, you have to kind of assess it. For handholds and footholds, and those crazy long fingers, and you just find all the right crevices, and it is kind of creepy to watch you really quickly and fluidly scale that cliff, and you haul yourself up, and you find yourself in a sort of slight depression that the far side of which turns into a white stone wall that's overgrown, in the midst of which is a rectangular opening, like a stone slab door, which is broken and collapsed, leading into darkness. And in a semicircle, in that little slight bowl that you're standing in, there are 5 egg-shaped stones, kind of in a semicircle opposite the door, sort of right where you are. When you pull yourself up, you're standing amongst these 5 stones. Each of which is about, like a foot in diameter and sticking up above the ground, maybe 2 feet, and inscribed, carved with various inscriptions and stuff like that, and covered in lichen. So that's what you see.
Mm-hmm. Is there somewhere where I can attach the rope to?
One of these stones is a perfect anchor. Oh, believe me, it's perfect. You've never seen stones like these stones.
I am very skeptical about these stones. Can I, perceive some kind? Can I, what's it called? Discern realities. What's the discern realities?
It's perceive. Yeah.
Perceive.
Yep. It's
so
wisdom.
I'm looking especially for any kinds of traps, maybe, or I don't know. Maybe the symbols remind me of some kind of, I don't know, evil wizardry or something.
Okay. Yeah.
Layout.
They remind you of the guy you're trying to haul up here.
So that's an 8. Oh, what is perceive with intelligence?
It's wisdom.
Wisdom. Oh, then it's an 8.
Great. So you have one question you can ask.
Let me see.
It's you can whatever question you want. There's no list.
Oh, no, there's no list. So my question would be in
I
this
should
room.
say in the way it's written in Freebooters is, if the question is you could not know the answer to the question, then
Yeah.
I'll give you no answer. So you have to try to ask one that seems reasonable.
Yeah. So what is the best spot to attach the rope to?
Great question. One of these stones.
That's right.
They're heavy enough. They're really heavy enough.
Yeah, you go over there and and you realize that it must go down into the ground somewhat. They must be anchored. They must go because it just doesn't budge at all. It just feels like it's like a just like part of the mountain. It's just like immovable.
So and without like triggering a move or something, the space between the stones, is it like peculiar in any way? Is it like normal stone, or do I have the feeling that there's something magical going on?
The whole this whole sort of this depression that you're in, which I'm going to say is about 20 or 30 feet across, is covered in kind of low scrubby grass, like an ochre colored grass, which surrounds the stones as well. So the stone, and then there's dirt underneath that grass. So there's like dirt and grass. The stone that's visible are the actual 5 stones. The stone that's used around what appears to be the entrance to the tomb, and then outside of the bowl, the rocky mountain kind of, at this point, you're actually at the topmost part of the. Oh, so that's the other thing is you turn around and you're looking out across this vast expanse that you've just crossed, right? So there's just a crazy view from up there. And you do not detect, without, you already made your perceive roll, so you don't, you don't, there are these inscriptions, it's a tomb, there's often kind of curses and blessings and magic associated with that, but you're not seeing anything that looks unnatural.
Yeah, and Jutta is not like magically, I don't know, like trained or something. But if there's grass growing, then she's already at ease. Okay, so she attaches the rope to the stone,
Okay.
throws the rest to her friends.
Great. So in short order,
It's completely safe here. She shouts.
I yell back, "Don't touch anything."
So
The view is breathtaking.
So as Gregoire finally like pulls himself up the edge.
Oh, you're not pulling yourself up.
Or well, I mean, the very last edge with his
Yes.
hands or whatever.
Yes.
He sort of stands and proclaims, "Yes, finally the hand will be ours," and establishes the legend of this hand.
Ooh. Let's hear it.
I am Agog.
So my best guess is that while the dwarves that lived here were outcast from their deep brethren, nonetheless their kinship with the stone and their geological magics were such that this sage or whomever this relic belongs to, this hand, was able to map the very mountain ridge that in which this lies to the movements of his hand. Hence the name Broken Finger.
So
And
you
with
mean
this
like
relic-
if... No, go ahead.
Used in the proper way, will be able to move mountains. And not just destroy the symbol of order, but the very order that this empire was based on. This genocidal empire.
What?
So in this hero's death, his martyrdom is what allowed this hand to have that power? Was it like a self-sacrifice thing? Obviously he didn't have that power when he was alive, right? Because he could have crushed the empire.
That's true. Yes. Yeah. I guess that's right. Yeah. Of
I
course, this
suggest
is just what Gregoire has read in his book Lost Relics, which of course he doesn't even need to read with his +3 intelligence. The bonus would be superfluous.
Catchy title. Jeremy, what was your suggestion?
That the hand is something. It wasn't this like the hero who's entombed here. It wasn't his hand, but he was the bearer of the hand, and the hand is a much older and darker magic. Maybe it's why why these dwarves are exiled from below.
Gregoire, what do you think? You're the one you're the one who read the book. Does that jibe?
Perhaps, although I guess your point still kind of remains if that's the case. Like if they just possessed it, then why didn't they use it?
Well, we'll say that there's different stories about this hand, and that's one of them. That's one of the reasons these dwarves were cast out, according to your book, was for the possession of this dark magic. And then, but there's another story that says it was only after he sacrificed himself, and in so doing, called upon the power of the mountain gods, which created this artifact, which then nobody was heroic enough to use before his people were exterminated. Anything to add to that?
It's pretty extensive as it is, I think. So.
Okay. Right.
For one roll. It's been a while since I played a Apocalypse Engine game, so it's just always kind of fun to do this kind of thing.
Yeah, you're great at it. I gotta say, between that and the thing with the bug, that was awesome.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So don't roll the dice. You're gonna find out if you find the hand, then and try to do that, then you'd roll the dice because then you know. So there you are, standing in front of the tomb. It's now midday.
I would like to spend a point of cunning, sir.
Yes.
And
great.
ask. Yeah. You must tell me what, if any, threat is imminent and from whence it will come.
Define imminent.
Well, we're standing at the outside of this, like tomb.
Yeah, right.
I'm mostly thinking about, are we going to get zapped by a curse, or are we going to run into a monster on the inside?
You have tell me about so you like wearing your hood. Do you prefer nighttime or daytime? You're a partier.
I think I generally am more comfortable at night. The hood is up mostly to, deal with the light being too bright.
Because you're constant hangover?
Yeah.
So you're standing there surveying the situation. Gregoire, are you saying that legend out loud, or is it just something you're remembering?
No, he's simply saying at last the hand will be ours, and implicit we get this sort of flashback, storybook flashback or something.
Awesome. The dwarves in sepia tone, old footage of the dwarves.
A too long cutscene. Yeah.
Real quick, Baltazar.
The footage is too fast.
Baltazar, what's your feeling standing here? How do you feel as a dwarf, as a member of the below dwellers?
Yeah, well,
I'm pretty high up.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. It's very weird for dwarves to be up here, but I still feel a kinship, I think, with the people who made this. So I'm glad that Gregoire's flashback was not audible to us and his plan to destroy symbols of order. But yeah, so I'm going to balk if there's any attempt to destroy things in this tomb.
Sure.
I don't mind getting the handout, but
okay, great. Zenko, you have a bad standing here in the light of day. It's actually just about midday, and in fact, you look up ahead, and there's the sun sort of directly overhead, and you look down, and you're kind of scanning around this whole area, and there's a brief, out of the corner of your eye, you feel like the markings on the carvings on these stones kind of shine in the sunlight, and then you turn and look at it, and it's not shining, and then out of the corner of your other eye, the other stone starts to shine, and you turn and look at it, and it's not shining. So you get a really creepy feeling about these stones.
Let's get inside quick. And I move inside.
Goes inside. Anybody following him?
sure, I'll follow.
You're just following as well.
Do I happen to notice anything particular aside from...
Stop dawdling!
You can pause for a moment to perceive if you wish.
No, No, I mean, if I didn't notice any of that going on at all, I would definitely charge ahead.
Yeah, you didn't notice
with as much enthusiasm as.
I believe you mean limp ahead.
That's
Well,
right.
yes.
Okay. So the first one through the door was Denko. So could you roll a d12 for me?
Oh, okay. This is see what they find.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
4.
some
4.
version of it. You got a 4. Okay, so you're in an ante room. It's quite small. It's dwarf, it's dwarf size. So, well, you're not. I don't picture you being particularly tall, are you?
I don't know. I don't think I'm particularly short.
Okay, so you have to. You don't quite have to duck, but the ceiling is really just over your head.
Right. It's uncomfortably close.
It's uncomfortably close. And it's really heavy stone. You step inside. And strangely, it's not cold like you would expect. It's actually a little warm. Gregoire, are you tall?
No.
Okay. And
Average.
Yuta, what about you?
Seeing that her strength and constitution is not that high, I think I'm average.
Okay. So everybody fits in fine. The two elves are maybe a little claustrophobic. It's a pretty simple circular antechamber, and you're facing another stone slab door, or seal, which is intact, right? So it just seems like a stone slab that was put in place to keep this tomb safe from grave robbers or who knows what else.
So Yuta has the tricks of the trade that she can perceive traps, and that is what she's trying to do.
Okay.
So can you describe it's a seal, you said?
Well, yeah. So if you just picture a rectangular door that's it's going to be about 5 feet high and about 4 feet wide. So pretty squat looking. Sorry, it's not a door. It's an opening that has been sealed with a stone slab that size, right? By sealed, I just mean it looks like, if you picture a rectangular opening, 4 feet by 5 feet, a stone slab that same size has been placed in that opening to keep anyone from coming or going. The masonry around the whole room is all like, have you ever seen those stone walls that are very, very flat stones that are stacked to make a pretty tight, dense wall? That's the entire, the walls of this structure are like that. And the roof appears to be a single slab of stone covering the whole thing, which from the outside is overgrown. But on the inside, it's stone in there. So it's a pretty simple rectangle.
How did they get that up there?
Yeah, Yuta is especially worried about the stone above that, because she's taller than the dwarf and the wizard, so she's very close to that thing, and she has the claustrophobic feeling anyways. So, and then having the fear that the thing also crashes on her head makes it.
So this doesn't seem cut from the living rock?
No, at least not here. No, it's like a stone cap that's been placed on top of this circular room. And the actual, from what you saw outside, the actual seal that you're looking at, that goes into the mountain, like into the rock, right? So you're guessing that on the other side of that, it might be cut out of the stone, but this room was built.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
So Yuta raises a head, nobody moves, and then she checks the stone within the frame and the ceiling, and checks for traps.
Those long fingers making their way along the
everything is tracing the stone.
Yeah, so you're going to perceive, and if you're going to spend, let's say, after you roll, you can spend cunning because it's your traps expertise, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you need that point after you roll, you can do that.
Okay, let's check. And it is plus wisdom?
Yep.
Ooh, it's a 6, so I will happily spend the cunning.
Now you can spend, okay, yeah, 1 will get you 1 question, basically. Cunning is different than luck in that you can spend as much as you want to increase it up.
But anyway, I just have 1, I think.
Yep. Okay, great. So you pop it up to 7, and is your question, is this door trapped or some other variation on that?
Yeah, exactly. Is the door trapped?
So when you get close to it and you're inspecting it closely, the whole thing is also covered with this same lichen that was covering the stones outside and a lot of the ruins in the valley. And you notice that when you get close to it, there's a very, very fine indentation in a circle, probably a 3-foot diameter circle, sort of at dwarf head level. And then radiating out from the lower half of that circle are 5 lines that radiate out towards the floor. So 1 straight down and then 2 lines on either side of that. These indentations in the door. You following me so far?
Mm-hmm.
And then you look down at the floor and you see that those 5 lines radiate out across the floor. And out the 1 line that went straight down goes right out the front door that you guys came through. And the 2 lines on either side sort of angled out from the point where the slab meets the floor, angle away into the walls of the circular chamber, like at right angles to wherever they're hitting that wall. Do you guys have a mental image of that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So these 5 lines come down from the circle and then come out across the floor. And that to you, and also when you're not actually touching the stone because you're smarter than that. But you're getting your hands really close and you're inspecting it closely. And when you move your hand around that circle, you pick up some heat that makes your hair stand up. Like the fine hairs on your forearms kind of stand up from the. There's warmth coming out of stone, which by all rights should be really cold.
So I always think that dwarves are, experts in stone craft. So I point these lines out to Baltazar and the rest. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
It's surely a trap.
Well, can I attempt to neutralize it?
Well, you'd have to describe how you.
How?
Yeah, I suppose. Well, we could just chisel through one of the lines. Right, that might potentially do it.
Trigger
of course, it could also set it off.
Yeah.
So, Jason, you say there's writing on any of this?
The stones outside have, inside here there's inscriptions and stuff, and also on the stones outside.
Okay, any chance I can puzzle those out?
Given that you're a dwarf, I would say that is certainly possible.
Let's strip away some of this lichen, perhaps.
But I'm going to say that's a saving throw with intelligence for you to figure that out.
Okay. I should have paid more attention in dwarf school, but absolutely not. Okay, this strange surface writing, it doesn't really. It's too unfamiliar to me. So
You got nothing?
nothing.
What did you actually roll?
1 and a 2. -1.
I bet there's a trap.
I think yes.
So you move forward. You're sort of inspecting the.
Oh yeah, I'll step up and be looking at it.
And you're inspecting and when you step close to the door, that circle starts to glow. It starts to glow with a whitish yellow light, and it starts at the top, and it starts to slowly the glow starts to slowly go around the circumference of the circle down towards those lines at the bottom.
Yeah.
Do we have time to react?
Yeah.
I would like to quickly, before anything else happens, like before the lines connect, quick grab a climbing python or piton out of my adventuring gear and just rush forward and gouge it to kind of break the circle right before these things meet.
Yeah. So if the let me see if I can draw the. So this is basically what the slab looks like. Okay. with those 5 lines coming down. So where would you
and
put
then those cross off on the wall, right?
They hit the floor, and then they come across the floor.
Or
So where would you put the spike?
And just to make sure the light started at noon, and then it's spreading both directions down towards 6.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I guess I will go with whichever, before either of the first, let's say that the dwarf is standing here, right? Then I'm going to come at it from this side and do it before this line.
On the left side.
On my left side, yeah. And
which you're saying is also the side that Baltazar is on, right?
Actually, no, because I'm assuming I can't get to the side that Baltazar is on. So I'm going to try and...
So he's on the right side of the door. You're on the left. And you driving the spike with a hammer?
If I can get a hammer and a spike out, then yes. I suppose that would be the only way that I'd have any chance of actually marring it.
Yeah, so we'll say you took your backpack off when you got in there because you guys knew that you're faced with this obstacle. So that starts happening. You go in your backpack. You're super fastidious about where you're keeping your stuff, apparently. Pull out that spike and the hammer, and you totally get there in time.
Okay.
It's coming pretty slow. You put it before that first line and wham! Drive that spike into the stone a little bit. It's going to take a couple of whacks to really get it in there. So do you do that?
Sure.
So make us.
Is this? Well, so can I use attempt to neutralize and circumvent a mechanical? Oh, it's not a mechanical device. Okay.
Not a mechanical device.
Got it. So strength.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'm just fascinated and not moving. I'm just watching the whole thing happen. So.
Oh, the Utah gets the fuck out of the room.
Gregoire, what about
you? I have good news and I have bad news.
Yeah.
The bad news is that I rolled a 3. There is no good news. I lied. The good news is that I mark XP.
I thought somehow you could spend 3 cunning, but your cunning is stealth, right? So no.
Yep. And this is not stealthy.
So you're like, and then king, and the spike bounces out of your hand. The hammer hits the stone, rebounds off of it, and you step back, and there's a clink and a clank as the spike and the hammer hit the ground. Baltazar is watching. Yuta's out of the room. Gregoire, are you in the room or out of the room?
He as soon as he saw some sort of magic going on, he did start to limp out of the room. Yes.
I could have gone either way there. You could have investigated up close there. So you limp out of the room. There's still time to get out if anybody wants to get out. It's coming down. So, and as it's Baltazar, how are you feeling?
Oh no, I'm still interested.
Okay. So as the light is moving around the circle, it's actually burning the lichen that's in there, and the lichen's like turning to ash and drifting down, and smoke is rising up. The light comes around and it hits those first 2 lines on either side and starts to spread down. You know, if you just picture like molten gold, only it's light, right? It starts to flow down those 2 lines, and then it keeps going and hits those next 2, and then it hits that center one, right? So now the light goes all the way down to the bottom of the door, hits the floor, and starts to move across the floor. You guys are all standing out on the in the little ledge out there. Describe to me what you're doing out on that ledge.
Hold on. Can I add a quick question? Do the lines seem like they are going out to the direction so that they would end up touching the 5 stones that are out there?
That's such a good question. The answer is yes. It looks like as you turn back and you look, and now before it was a totally dark opening, and now the only thing you see through that opening are these golden lines moving through the darkness. One of them is coming right towards that center stone, which is maybe where you're standing, and the other 4 are moving out radially exactly towards the other stones.
I yell at everyone, wait, no, get back inside, stay off the lines. Don't look at these things. And then I run back inside, basically like back up to the wall so that find a spot in the wall where these lines are not going right underneath me.
Okay.
And just like keep my back against the wall looking inward.
Okay, so inside the door, against the wall, not stepping on a line.
Right, and looking away from the opening.
Yuta and Gregoire.
I follow the lead.
Okay.
Yeah, same here.
Okay. Limping back inside. And Baltazar, where exactly are you standing?
So I was standing dead center, straddling the center line, watching the whole process. But now that Zdenka's come back in, I kind of turn to look at him and say, "What's going on?"
So you turn to look at them. So you're the only one with a view out the door.
Yeah.
That as that golden line, because the only one you can see is that one center line. As it goes across the depression, the grass catches fire and just burns away. And it's not like a brush fire; it just sort of in a line catches fire, turns black, and then that golden light hits that center stone, and all of the runes and glyphs on it illuminate, and it starts to glow.
I'll turn to them and say, the stones are lighting up out there.
Are they getting brighter, I ask?
I'll look and see, yeah.
They seem to have achieved some kind of stable state where they are glowing, but they're not getting any brighter, but they're all there's like a nimbus of light that when you look through it, it's got that mirage effect where anything you see through it looks kind of wavy. So that's happening, and everybody is the room is very warm.
This was
and in fact, Baltazar, the sunlight outside seems
pale,
like a starker white than usual. The actual sunlight falling on that plateau out there.
Interesting.
When you say like the room is getting warmer, you mean like, oh wow, it's a little bit warm in here, or do you mean like, it's getting a little warm in here?
Everybody's those of you who perspire are perspiring, but it's not getting like unbearably hot.
Okay.
And the heat is definitely emanating from these lines in the floor.
Does it seem to be getting like oven hot worse, or is it just like it? Okay.
It's verging on uncomfortable, but not gonna. And it also like it, it's a closed space and there's heat, so eventually it's going to get warmer and warmer, but like not. It doesn't seem like anytime soon it's going to char you.
Okay.
So, Gregoire, shall we not check the 4 stones? Because now we can see the inscriptions.
Yeah, I was about to say in my haste, I didn't take a look at the writing. We know that the dwarf can't read it, right?
No.
But perhaps in my studies I have learned this language.
Yeah. So you're gonna exit and examine.
Sure.
So all of them are glowing just like the center one. The center one seems to be glowing brighter than the rest. And you can inspect those inscriptions. Just going to be, this is like so specific. Yeah, you're going to make a saving throw with intelligence.
Okay.
+3, man. Know-it-all wizard.
I would actually rule this as like luck first, and then intelligence to interpret it. But
okay, I'm all for that. Good. Go for it.
All right. Well, I'm at a -1 luck, so we'll see how it goes. Yeah, that's a failure. double 2 and -1. So.
It says, ask the judge to describe precisely how your hopes are dashed. So you get out there and you're inspecting them, and there's a sudden incredibly bright flash of light, and you and Yuta are blinded. If Yuta was out there, I'm sorry, was Yuta out there?
Yeah, Yuta was accompanying him.
Yeah, so both you guys, it's like a sudden bright flash of light, and you don't know how long you're not going to be able to see, but right now all you can see is white, like your vision goes completely white, and you're standing on this precipice, this cliff. You didn't go close. You are pretty close to the stones because you're trying to read those markings. So you both realize, and you're kind of disoriented, standing on the edge of this cliff.
Well, if I notice they're in trouble, I'm going to stick my hammer on my belt and go out and try to grab them both by the back of their clothing and drag them in.
Easily done. Dwarf hands on belts. and you escort your befuddled companions back into the room. Now, at this point, after that flash, everything kind of settled down, and all the runes and the lines and the circle on the door are now more of a silvery gold color. It seems to have cooled off a little bit, but still going.
Huh. So I'm going to. I think I might have. Well, yeah, I think I've heard of some of this stuff. I think that this is some sort of an alarm or beacon that just got triggered, and not actually a countermeasure. And yeah, I think that maybe I've heard some stories about the people that like this tomb, the tomb of the Shattered Finger. Who knows from where? Elves hear all sorts of things.
Barroom conversations, no doubt.
Right. So
you're trying to establish that?
I'm trying to establish that, yeah.
That this is just an alarm, not an actual
That it's
measure.
like a beacon more than it is a we're gonna fry you.
Yeah, so you're gonna hold that thought.
All right.
That is much like
Yep,
Gregor's
yep.
establishment. You're gonna hold that until it's directly applicable.
All right. Well, then,
Gregor is just like,
with that in mind, I'm going to start fiddling around on that slab. See if I
Sure,
can
yeah.
figure out a way to get in.
Gregor is like, well, now what? What are you doing?
Wait,
What's happening?
See? Wait, we're trying to figure out a way to get through the slab.
Is that python still, like, can I pick it up, or did it land on like one of those lines and get fried?
No, you can pick it up.
All right. Well, let's use that to try and wedge the slab open.
Well, let's try some basic pushing and prodding first. What do you think? Just get up there and like, I'll push the center of the disc. I'll push on either edge of the slab just to
All right.
see if
You
we
go
can
ahead.
just see if we can get it moving.
So Baltazar,
First, I'll walk up to the center and push the center of the circle.
could you describe to me again your internal thoughts about these people, the surface dwellers that were related to you, and according to some legends that you may have heard also were driven out from the.
Yeah, I think of them as sort of lost cousins that we never brought back into the fold. So I don't think it's particularly negative.
If you met one of them today, how would you treat that person?
Oh, I would treat them as a lost relative and try to, if they're not followers of our gods, try to convince them to come back into the fold.
If they're not followers of your god.
Of our gods.
And describe again to me Adon's domains.
It's order and purification.
Okay, so, boy. And you go to that door and you're like pushing and touching all different parts of it? Just sort of testing it? Are you doing anything specific?
No, I was going to like forcefully push the center of that circle. Just step up and like with the confidence of, my gods behind me, push it and try to get in there.
Okay, so make a saving throw with wisdom.
Okay. Oh no. That's not salvageable. That's another 3. Plus 1 is 4, but yeah. Not a double, but it's a 4. That's not
the doubles only happen on Venture Forth
Right.
and Make Camp, so don't worry about
that. So
Okay.
I have unwisely trusted these people.
So you go up and you put your hand on that that thing right in the center, and you're like doing this, and then it occurs to you to put it like this because there's 5 lines.
Oh yeah.
So you actually turn around and you put your hand against the stone like that, and as you're doing this, you're getting this crazy like voices are coming into your head, and you're feeling warm, and you feel kind of like you're kind of feeling the power of your of Adon in you, or you feel like that's what it is, and then so you get kind of excited for a moment, and you put your hand like that, and you have this sudden realization that Adon is a kind of corrupted version of the god that these people worshipped, the god who this hero was a disciple of, the god who is honored by the 5 stones here, the ancient surface-dwelling dwarf god of the sun, which is the original form of purification, which removes all mold and natural corruption from the earth. And you have this sudden thought that maybe you've got it all wrong in terms of the particular philosophy that your people have inherited or that has been handed down to them. So you kind of have this moment where you realize their god is your god, but their god is the original version.
Great.
Their god is like the version of your god.
Right.
But you feel like because you've potentially misapprehended some of these ancient teachings, or whoever your priesthood has misapprehended it, there's a potential problem there, and that problem manifests as these 5 stones. The glow surrounding these 5 stones rises up, and each one of them becomes a disembodied glowing sphere out on the plateau out there. And in fact, from where you are, you can actually see them through the wall. Okay? So you actually see these glows manifest, and it's as if the wall is kind of translucent where they are. And they rise up. There's 5 of them, and the one directly opposite you is bigger than the others. What does anybody do?
Guys, I don't know if you can see that out there, but it might be a small problem here.
We cannot see.
Oh, that's right. You can't see anything.
What are you talking about? Everything is bright.
Duck and get like basically if they're at this level, I just get low so that if they come smashing in, they go over my head.
Okay.
Then then I'll like crawl over to Uta and pull her down as well.
So across the lines, like avoiding the lines, get over there.
Yeah, just like get over the lines and just like tug.
And you let Gregoire fend for himself.
I get to him last.
Okay, Gregoire, are you doing anything?
Sort of blindly stumbling around, but willing to get pulled wherever I get pulled.
So you are
still like asking about what's going on and trying to get information about. Yeah.
The blind guys. You actually see these lights too, right? Huh. It's like white, even whiter on top of the white. When you turn, you actually see these spheres of light. This arrangement of 5 spheres of light, right? Which is crazy, and clearly either magical or supernatural of some kind for the wizard. And then you guys get drawn down, and then Baltazar, as you're standing there with your hand on the door, and you feel like you can't really move your hand, like it feels you just a slight tug. It's not moving, and that center sphere, the main sphere, starts to like bob and flow towards you through the opening of the antechamber. Do you do anything?
I'm pondering. My entire worldview has been shifted here, but no, I'm not trying to get out of the way. My hand's stuck on there. So
okay, so it comes. And you guys, so down on the floor, I guess the only person that can see is Denko.
I would like to spend a point of cunning right now.
Yeah. Just stay completely invisible.
No. I'm using that danger sense again. Like.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah. What threat is imminent, and from whence will it come?
The threat that is imminent is from these glowing 5 spheres.
Okay.
And whatever they have the potential to do is pretty bad.
All right.
Only one has entered through the door right now, and it's going towards Baltazar.
All right, and he looks like he's just sort of like enraptured, transfixed on this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, I should clarify that when you asking that question, the threat has to do with whether it's a threat to you.
Yeah.
You have an unclear sense whether it's a threat to Baltazar.
Okay. I will then kind of like start crawling towards Baltazar and trying to like, hey, buddy, Baltazar, what's going on here? You look like you're stuck. You need me to pull you off?
No, wait. I'm having a revelation. Just hang on a second.
All right. At that point,
yeah.
I just like start backing the fuck away, right?
Like out of the room?
Yeah, quite possibly. Like at least to the entrance.
Toward the spheres?
What's that?
Toward the
No,
spheres?
well, I'm crawling. I'm staying underneath them.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so you're near the entrance.
Yeah.
Gregor and Yuta are where you sort of help them get down near the wall. There's
Yeah.
the four other ones are still out there, and that one is coming right close to Baltazar. In fact, it's hovering. There's Baltazar standing there with his hand on the thing, and the glowing sphere is like right in front of his head.
I think something's about to explode, so I am positioning myself to leap out of the door.
You're ready to run. Okay.
Yeah.
Or to leap. Okay.
Yes.
Baltazar.
Ooh, wait, Jason.
Yes,
I actually also say we should think about leaving now, everyone. And I trigger run away, I think.
You're gonna lead the retreat.
What?
Oh, nice. Yes.
Two blind
Somebody
people, one limp.
He's read his moves. Leave the retreat. Which when you urge your comrades to follow your example and run for their lives. So,
okay, so that wouldn't be until I actually ran, right?
Yeah, but you could say like, I think we might get ready to go. So when you run, they're ready to go. That's totally legit. So you're doing that. So Baltazar, you are overwhelmed by this feeling that this force is going to enter into you. And you have to decide whether, and it is some kind of embodiment of this ancient deity.
Right.
You have to decide. What?
It was an aphrodisiac. Sorry.
So you're basically being, asked without words whether you are willing to accept this this force. Sorry.
So I feel like it's the concept transcends the manifestation of the deity. So I'll take on the concept because I'm already a supporter of order and purification. So if this is the version, I'll take it.
Wow. Okay. So you relax and this is not what I intended at all. So there's a sudden flash and it's gone. There's a brief moment, and in that flash, those of you who are blind suddenly see again. Everything's like blue and green. The way it is when you close your eyes for a long time, like your chromatic spectrum's all messed up. Outside Baltazar, where you're standing, those four glowing spheres suddenly, briefly, turn into the figures of four dwarven warriors, 2 male and 2 female. And they remain in those forms. So you see them through the wall. And when you guys look over at Baltazar, he seems like just possessed with this kind of like he takes in a deep breath and he just feels like he's like emanating a kind of power. Like he's emanating not like aggressive power, he's emanating like a kind of pure kind of presence and confidence is how he feels. And Baltazar, how you feel is you are and this hero because you are him, and his name was also Baltazar, and your entire life has led you to this moment to go back and reestablish contact with this lost part of the lineage of your people, and you feel like the spirit of this ancient, revered Baltazar, your predecessor, now resides in you, and the two of you are one. And you know that those 4 figures out there are your 4 sworn, your best warriors who were buried with you here in this tomb, made manifest. And they, now that you are re-embodied, they sort of bid their final farewell, and they fade away to complete their ascent or descent to the dwarven afterlife. And there you are, standing there with that feeling.
So, how do I feel about people coming to take away my hand? I mean, I could get it and wield it, but
I think it depends on your assessment of what these people would do with that hand. Right?
I think it shouldn't really fall. It shouldn't fall into their hands.
Yeah, I really.
Wait a minute. Wasn't there a an established role sort of hanging out there as far as what this hand actually is and what
nobody knows what the hand actually does. And when Baltazar removes his hand from the door, it's black, and it is made out of obsidian, and shining with a strange light.
Gregoire falls to his knees in front of Baltazar with a look on his face of just awe. And he reaches out his hands to Baltazar in a sort of supplicating gesture.
Sure, I'll bless him. I'll put the hand out and touch him on his head, much as he patted me earlier.
Ooh, nice! Oh, nice.
And
So, yeah,
and Gregoire places his left hand up on yours and grabs it.
Yes!
And pulls his knife out.
Oh!
Tries to cut it.
Oh my god! Oh my
And
god!
casts
Oh, of course he does.
Elian's avarice weapon.
Oh,
Of course.
shit. The ultimate use of the avarice weapon spell.
That's right.
Oh shit! Baltazar, what are you doing?
I want to, whatever power I have in me from my other alter ego, I'm going to focus it through the hand and invoke the god, the new god.
Ooh. To do
So-
what?
to burn the avarice from his soul.
Oh. Okay, so you're trying to hinder his
him.
move,
Sure.
for one thing. So that's the way you just described that. I mean, I think that's wisdom.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Do clerics roll wisdom in this or charisma to cast their spells and invoke?
Wisdom.
Wisdom. Yeah.
Okay.
So can I use some favor to boost my roll on the hinder?
Totally. Describe how this fits into the domain of your god.
I think it fits pretty well. So yeah. All right. Let's see. We'll go all out on that. It's gonna give me a 12 total to hinder
Okay, so that's -2 to
spell casting.
the casting of the spell. Oh boy. All right, Gregoire. So you got so what is that? -2 +3 for your intelligence gives you a net of +1.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if I can fit a spell component into this, but I don't know. It seems
Maybe a stretch.
like a stretch given the time span.
So while this is happening, Hitler looks at Zdenko and gets her knife out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Zdenko's had his his hand on a knife for a while now too.
So are we looking at an elf knife fight, or are you guys just back up hand cutters?
Oh no! We're waiting to see where this goes.
Which way? Yeah.
That's how I'm reading it.
Yeah.
Is that right? All right.
Yes, we're the team. We are thinking alike.
Okay, Gregoire, you get +1, right? Unless there's some other thing. Oh, you get +1 to that for unspent power too. So if you want to scale down your spell,
That's true.
I think the cut off this hand is going to count as a major effect because it's the hand of the reborn hero, right? So right there, that's 3 power to create a major. Forget about damage. We're just talking about effect at this point. It's going to be you're blessing you're doing it on the knife, so that's touch, and the duration, I guess, could be instant, but I guess you would cast a spell and cut right then, right?
Yes.
And it's happening fast. Okay.
Indeed.
So that's going to be 3, and then you have 2 power left over.
Yes, that's actually a +3 total.
You're back up to +3. That intelligence will save your ass. Okay. Go for it.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh, God!
There you go. That's plenty. I now got to rethink my conversion.
It does what you want. Okay. Of course, that was pointing in the knife, but you still have to cut him, which is right. You cast the spell.
I don't know. I mean, the major effect was
okay.
Well, I'm totally cool with that as long as I get the +3.
Well,
for the
no, that's
effect.
fair because you're right. He's right. You're right there. You got the knife, and you've basically made the knife such that it can just cut off his. So yeah, okay, yeah, that's fair. Yeah. As long as John's cool with it.
I mean,
that's good.
nothing personal, Baltazar. After all.
Again, it's this green void knife. Is that what happens?
Yeah.
And there's a quick nothing personal, and then, and you're actually with your other hand. Were you holding the obsidian hand?
Yes.
Okay, so you've cut it off. If there's no blood, it's perfectly cauterized when you do that, not because of your knife. And this heavy magical obsidian hand falls into yours. So you're now holding on to your knife, which instantly loses its enchantment. So it's back to a mundane knife, and you're holding, you're down on your knees.
Yep.
Right? Because you suffocated yourself, holding the obsidian hand. Who does what next?
I continue to wait to see what happens.
All right. So, do I still feel the presence of the other Baltazar?
Yes. He's
So
more
I'm
than
still
just a
possessed
hand.
by this. Yes.
And somebody just cut off your hand. Yeah.
So clearly, I think the god is going to have some retribution for that. So I think we're going to invoke to smite this unbeliever. That's going to be a pretty big one.
If I remember correctly, you can't invoke your deity.
Well, no, I did show you guys the value of having that deity. Do you feel like this is the value of worshiping this god?
I did fall to my knees in front of you, so
Yes. I think it's fair that
Clearly,
by
there's some
somebody
value.
acquiring. Yeah, I think you totally. Adam's like, all right, way to go. Yeah, so you were invoking, and by you're saying again, you're going to burn the heretic. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I don't think this is very hubristic because the heretic just cut off the hand of one of the heroes of your god. That's not hubristic at all. This is direct action purification. So that's going to be hubris 1.
Okay, great.
Are you going to spend any favor?
I've got the holy symbol. I'm out of favor currently because I did the all in to try to stop the hand cutting. So
Okay.
it's going to be a straight up roll. We'll just see what happens. See how powerful this ancient god is. I got an 8.
Your quest is granted with duration 1, but your deity demands proof of devotion.
Oh.
Okay. And what is your tenet?
To apply the law equally to all. That was my tenet.
Your old tenet.
Yeah, the new one, I don't know what the new gods. To, I guess, shed the purifying light of the sun on all.
There we go. That's good. That's your new tenet. For this, you're going to have to endure because the purifying light of the sun is going to pass through you.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to take 1d4 points off of Constitution.
Okay. 4.
What does that knock you down to?
5. That's perma burned. It's gone.
Okay. No, it's temporary.
It's just temporary. Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah. So the door behind you collapses into chunks of stone. The elves see past you a dark space. There's a single shaft of sunlight coming down through a hole in the ceiling, and it's striking a golden reflective surface. So that sun, as soon as that door breaks, the sunlight hits you, and your whole body glows. The other things you notice, elves, in the darkness when that sunlight falls, is there's other glittering, shiny objects back there.
We make eye contact.
Again, with the eye contact. There's a lot of stuff at stake here. And I'm sorry, John. Tell me again what the actual invocation was. What you asked.
It was to smite the heretic, the unbeliever.
Okay, and you're level 3.
Yeah.
So, Gregor is going to take 3d6 points of damage
Oh.
from this.
Gregor, do you want to roll or shall I? Gregor, you want to roll or shall I?
Oh no, go for it.
All right, let's see what we got.
Hold
I think
on.
he's got
Just
4
before
hit
this
points.
happens. Oh, I'm
I'm
sorry.
totally happy, by the way.
Is there anything that we could do at this point to like knock him out of the way or anything like that?
So the door collapses. You notice the light. The light hits him. He starts to glow. Something bad's about to happen. You could dive and knock Gregor out of the way. You could do that. If you wanted to interpose, of course. Yeah, somebody.
Yeah.
More
But
than
that's
one of you.
really dangerous, right?
That sounds like the actions of an unbeliever.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think I like Gregor enough.
Racing through your head, all those thoughts.
Sorry. Okay, D12. Yeah, we're gonna go with an 8 or higher. He jumps in.
Oh, you're okay. Great.
He jumps in.
Oh! Is he in? He's out.
So hold on a
He sees
second.
this happening, and I think what happens is he has this glimpse of a moment from his past when he could have saved someone's life, but he didn't. And without any more thought, he just leaps into action and rolls an effing 12
Ooh, very nice.
on the dice.
Gregor, were you going to say something before that all went down?
Not anymore.
Sounds good to me.
So and there's a moment where Yuta's, of course, taking in this whole scene and sees that change in Zenko's eyes, right? Like, because you've been watching him this whole trip, and you see that something happens in his eyes as he has this internal flashback, and then like that, he's across the room. Gregor and him are against the opposite wall. This blazing beam of light shoots out that doorway into space. And then everybody like turns away from it, and then the light kind of retreats, passes completely through, and then Baltazar's left there standing, no longer glowing, but eyes, eyes wide, staring around the room, but now surrounded by obvious heretics.
Exactly.
And can I say that with the total roll of 14 on the Dex thing, that like as this all comes back, or like as everyone starts to like kind of like look back, we find that Zdenko's knife is at Gregor's throat, and he just quietly goes, "Give the hand back."
Oh, give the hand back. Nice.
See, that's the action of a non-heretic.
Gregor. It's like this is like Pulp Fiction, isn't it?
Yeah.
More like Treasure of the Sierra Madre.
Yeah. Sorry, not Pulp Fiction. Reservoir Dogs. I meant.
Oh yeah.
I meant Reservoir Dogs. Yeah.
There's so many options here. No, seriously.
Yeah. Yeah. Because there's a lot of options.
I'll say that if you return the hand, you may take the minor offerings here and be gone.
You just moves to the minor offerings.
Yuta slips through. There's a shot of as Baltazar is saying that behind him. Yuta like slips through the door. Excellent.
Yeah, Gregoire is like straining his neck or his eyes, I guess, to sort of glance at the treasures that he's only now like realizing are there, and sort of glancing back and forth between various things. This is what we came here for.
Well, you came for greed, and there's a treasure waiting for you.
We came here for this hand.
I didn't actually think the hand was here. I thought there would be loot. Do you really want a god mad at you? The sound of coins like spinning in the...
You just like assessing the
Yeah.
respective weights of things.
All right, he looks to his traits. First thing he sees is charitable.
Oh!
Slowly, his face relaxes and places the hand on the ground.
On the ground.
And sort of slides it towards
Baltazar. Yeah. I'll pick it up and put it back onto the stump if it'll fit.
I would just like to point out that I rolled a d12 to see if I grabbed the hand and ran for it. And I decided that on the 12 I would, but I rolled an 11.
Oh!
Very close.
Just a razor's edge of disaster.
All right, yeah, so I'll
put the hand on your arm, and it's like it never left. It's perfectly there, and you hold it up, and this is the point at which Gregoire rolls to establish to see if it actually has the power that he said it has.
Ah, yeah. That's intelligence, isn't it?
Yes.
I don't suppose you're opposing me on this one.
No, I should go for that one. The power to move mountains, I think, is what we discussed.
It is an 8. Interesting.
Maybe the power to move one mountain.
So there's a trade-off, right? And I'll tell you right now, you can. Well, now that you have the hand, you have the sense that you are connected to the Earth. So you are the living conduit between the sun and the Earth right now. And by taking the power of the sun, you can shift the Earth in limited ways. So anything that you can see, you understand now intuitively that you can use the hand to move it if it is rock. Right? So from this vantage point, you realize that the original Baltazar could have actually created this whole valley with his hand from this position. So you know that about it. Clink, clink, clink.
Yeah, so I'll step aside and say, you've been fair. You can take your reward and be gone.
All right. I think that might be a wrap.
I think it works for me. Yeah.
So can we get a quick epilogue for each of you, either in the immediate or far future? It was a good divided equal parts. It was a good dwarven stash there. But I will have Gregoire make a luck roll. Gregoire, I want to know one thing about you.
Double ones.
Oh, yeah. So there's
Minus
nothing,
one.
There's nothing at all. My double one's minus one.
Minus one.
There's nothing at all magical in the entire horde. And in fact, magic, arcane magic is something that needs to be purified. So not going to happen right now, but Adin is completely opposed to the unnatural manipulation of arcane forces. So there's no magic in his.
So fun.
In his horde. All right, epilogues. Let's go. Let's start with Gregoire. What happens?
Oh. Well, I mean, in his state, like, he kind of still has to tag along with these folks if he wants any share of this loot.
And right. They got to help him out of the
And if you want to get off this mountain.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, he stays mostly quiet, but plays along, and I don't know. He opens a pickling business in the frontier town.
Is he giving up the adventuring life?
For now. Because he's brewing up something with his brewing up something in that brine.
Yeah, and when he slices those cucumbers, it's with a glowing green knife. Yuta, what about you?
I think like a couple of months later, we see Yuta still in her rags, sitting somewhere, like scouting out, I don't know, like a house that she can rob. And I don't know if she's still teaming up with a companion.
Mm-hmm.
Zdenko.
Yeah, Zdenka.
What do you think, Zdenko?
How about like at first it looks like she's scouting out this house for, like just base robbery and everything. And then it becomes clearer as we're watching it that there are bad people in there.
Ooh.
And that she and Zdenka are like actually, going in to save some people that they're held hostage.
So they've had a change of heart.
Are we purified by the god?
That's right.
What touched?
Maybe just a shift in perspective.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, when I saw Yuta have like empathy for Zdenko, like that was pretty great.
Big change, yeah.
And then Zdenko having this kind of like clearly this past that he kind of regrets, like that. So this is that sounds like very satisfying. Any further details there for the two of you?
No, I like leaving. I mean, not me. I like leaving it just sort of open like that.
Great, awesome. Baltazar.
So I think in the immediate aftermath, Baltazar will use the power of the hand to create a ramp of stone all the way down from the tomb into the base of the valley, so they can easily leave. And then, in the longer term, he'll remain there and send out emanations, hoping to gather followers for his, reconstituted religion.
Nice.
And use this as his base.
And he's got a nice ramp leading right to the right to the shrine there.
Exactly.
Right off the on ramp.
Oh, that does make it easier for Gregoire to get home. He can just
Yes, exactly.
It's a handicap ramp that you put in for him to
Exactly.
climb down there.
Now we're accessible at the shrine.
All right, the end.
Very good.
Thank you, guys.
Of course, yeah.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, yeah. It's fun.
That was an hour longer than I anticipated. Gotta work. Sorry for keeping you up late.
When we had the Mexican standoff, I was looking at Yuta's traits, murderous. And, it's a perfect moment, but I didn't know who to murder.
too many targets.
Two choices, yeah.
There could have been a pause in the clinking and then like a knife through Baltazar's heart from behind, right?
Right.
Could have gone that way.
Yeah.
But you never will.
It's nice as a one shot to be able to make the choices that I did. It was cool. And thank you for like the most epic trapped door ever.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah.
Man, I was like, ooh, how am I gonna? Whew. That was kind of a hard one to wing.
I'm sure
what I did was somebody said something about nature spirits.
Uh-huh.
So I was like, they're going to be spirits of the sun, but how does that make sense? And then like, luckily there was the dwarf connection, so that could work out. But yeah, that was an interesting challenge.
Very cool.
And the hand, I didn't expect the hand. You put the hand on the door.
Yes.
Yeah.
So good.
The hand.
That was well improvised, sir.
It worked out well.
Thanks.
Did you come up with the symbol before or after realizing the hand thing? Link.
I came up with the symbol without any connection to a hand.
Nice.
Oh, very
Maybe
nice.
unconsciously, I was like, maybe I was thinking 5 fingers, but it wasn't conscious. It wasn't until John put his hand on the door that I was like, oh shit.
Oh wait, it fits. See, that's good improv.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Was there anything you wanted to debrief on, Jason, or?
Maybe like if there's any feedback you want to give me. Yeah, if there's anything off the top of your head right now, we don't have to have a long discussion. But if there's anything off the top of your head, that'd be great. And everybody doesn't have to stick around. If anybody wants to just check out right now, that's fine too.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go. I've got to get up early tomorrow. So, but thanks for running. I enjoyed it. My first Hangouts game I'm glad it was an awesome Freebooters session. So good to meet all of y'all.
Yeah, you too, John.
Likewise, John.
Okay. All right. We'll
Thanks,
catch you later.
Good
Have a
night.
good night.
Bye.
Thanks, guys.
Horst,
Thanks.
what is it like? Is the sun coming up over there?
Have a look. Okay. Soon, very soon.
It's like 5 in the morning or something.
Oh wow!
Dedication.
All right.
All right. Well,
Take care.
take care, Hurst.
Thanks so much, Jason. This was awesome. It was good to get.
Yeah,
in.
thanks a
Yeah,
lot,
you
Jason.
were such a great magic user, man. That was so great. And man, I have never seen a spellcaster that powerful so soon. That was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, like, I didn't actually see your instructions to level up to level 2 until after I had rolled him up, and I'm like, I've got like 1 hit point. Obviously, this is not going to be long for this world. And then it's like, oh, it's level 2. That changes everything.